close your eyes and let the rigid lines of the present dissolve into the grey mists of memory. We are about to embark on a journey that spans 1,000 years, a saga not just of kings and queens, but of the architects who carved the soul of a nation out of chaos and stone. This is the story of the House of Capet, from the humble shadows of the 10th century to the blinding gold of Versailles. This is a lineage defined by miraculous survival, ruthless ambition, and a bloodline that refused to die. We will walk with saints who washed the feet of lepers and stand before tyrants who crushed ancient orders with a single stare. It is a tale of love, of madness, and of the slow, steady heartbeat of history itself. So settle in, let your breathing slow, and listen as we turn back the clock to where it all began. The House of Capet stands as one of Europe's most enduring royal dynasties, a lineage that shaped the political and cultural foundations of medieval and early modern France. Rising to power in 987 CE with the election of Hugh Capet, this dynasty oversaw a transformative period that turned a fragmented feudal territory into a centralized kingdom. What began as a modest Frankish noble family evolved into the most influential ruling house in Western Europe. For more than 3 centuries, direct Capetian kings ruled France with remarkable continuity, followed by centuries of rule through their branching lines, including the Valois and the Bourbons. Their long reign is largely defined by continuity, careful marriage diplomacy, and the gradual consolidation of royal authority. At the dawn of their rule, France was less a unified state and more a collection of semi-autonomous lordships. The early Capetians held little practical power outside the Ile-de-France, yet they survived through strategic alliances, methodical land acquisitions, and a deliberate policy of securing the throne through hereditary succession. One of their most enduring innovations was the practice of crowning the heir during the reigning king's lifetime, thereby minimizing succession crises and ensuring that the dynasty remained unbroken. The Capetians elevated France's political stature through a combination of diplomacy and military assertion. Under Philip II and Augustus, the kingdom experienced an extraordinary strengthening. The recovery of Normandy from the English, the expansion of royal domain, and the establishment of administrative reforms that laid the foundation for a more structured state. Louis IX, later canonized as Saint Louis, became the embodiment of medieval Christian kingship, pious, just, and committed to crusading ideals. His reign marked a high point for Capetian prestige. By the late 13th century, the monarchy was among the most powerful in Europe. Philip IV, the Fair, further centralised authority and famously clashed with the papacy, pushing the boundaries of royal sovereignty. Yet his son's failure to produce surviving male heirs set the stage for a crisis of succession that would eventually ignite the 100 Years' War. Although direct Capetian rule ended in 1328, their bloodline endured through the cadet branches. The Valois and Bourbon dynasties, both descending from the Capetian line, would shape French and European history well into the modern era. Through them, Capetian influence extended beyond France, reaching Spain, Luxembourg, and other territories. The House of Capet's legacy lies in its role as architects of the French state, stabilizers of monarchical succession, and builders of enduring European royal networks. Their reign spans some of the most defining centuries of Western history, leaving behind institutions, cultural achievements, and dynastic branches that continued to shape Europe for nearly a millennium. Close your eyes now and let the rigid lines of the modern world soften into the nebulous grey of memory. Imagine the air growing cooler, damp with the scent of wet stone and river mud, as the electric hum of the present fades into the rhythmic crackle of a hearth fire. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We are drifting back through the mists of time, settling gently into the late 10th century, a time when the map of Europe was not drawn in ink, but in blood and loyalty. The year is 987. The mighty Carolingian Empire, once the terror of the known world under Charlemagne, has withered, like a vine in a harsh winter. The last Carolingian king, Louis VI, has died, young and heirless, the victim of a hunting accident, or perhaps just the victim of being a mortal man in a perilous age. The throne of the West Franks stands empty, a silent wooden chair in a draughty hall, waiting for a ghost to claim it. But ghosts do not rule nations, men do. And in the shadowed halls of Noyon, the great lords of the realm have gathered, their furs heavy on their shoulders, their breath misting in the chill air, to decide who will wear the crown. They do not look for a conqueror. They do not want a Caesar. They want a man who is strong enough to keep the Vikings at bay, but perhaps weak enough not to trouble the powerful dukes who enjoy ruling their own lands without interference. They look to a man named Hugh. He is the Duke of the Franks, a title that sounds grander than it feels. He is a man of the Ile-de-France, the region circling Paris, where the Seine winds like a silver ribbon through fields of wheat and deep dark forests. Hugh is not a giant of legend. He is a man of pragmatism. He is often called Capet, a nickname that historians still argue over with polite ferocity. Some say it refers to the kappa or cape he wore as lay abbot, while others suggest it implies a chaplet or hat, perhaps mocking the fact that for a long time he had no crown to wear. It is rather amusing to think that one of the greatest dynasties in human history might be named after a sensible raincoat, but there is nothing comical about the tension in the cathedral at Noyon this day. The Archbishop Adalbero takes the pulpit, his voice echoing off the limestone arches. He is the kingmaker here. He argues that the throne is not a birthright, but a burden to be earned by merit. He casts aside the old blood of Charlemagne in favour of Hugh, declaring him the man of the hour. It is a moment of profound irony, for while Adalbero preaches that kingship is elective, Hugh is already plotting to make sure it never happens again. He accepts the crown, the holy oil glistening on his forehead, the weight of the mantle settling on his shoulders. But as he stands there, the first of the Capetians, the reality of his kingdom is stark. He is the king of the Franks, yes, but in truth he is the landlord of a garden. His personal domain is tiny, essentially a comfortable ride from Paris to Orléans. Beyond these borders, in Normandy, Aquitaine, and Flanders, powerful counts and dukes sneer at his authority, paying him lip service while counting their own gold. Hugh knows this. He feels the precariousness of his position like a draft in a poorly built tower. He is a king in the shadows, watching, waiting, playing a game of survival rather than conquest. The air in the cathedral is thick with incense, masking the smell of unwashed bodies and damp wool, a sensory cocktail of the medieval world. Hugh looks out at the faces of the men who elected him, seeing the calculation in their eyes. They think they have chosen a puppet, a figurehead to keep the seat warm while they carve up the carcass of the old empire. But Hugh possesses a quiet, simmering intelligence, the kind that does not shout but whispers. He knows that legitimacy is a fragile flower. It must be watered quickly or it will die. And so, in a move of brilliant, desperate foresight, he does not wait for death to settle the question of his successor. Mere months after his own coronation, he pushes for his son, Robert, to be crowned as co-king. He tells the nobles he needs help bearing the weight of the realm, siding the dangers of Viking raids and his own mortality. It is a masterstroke, By the time Hugh eventually breathes his last, the crown will not be empty. It will already be resting firmly on Robert's head. This tradition, the associative kingship, will become the secret weapon of the Capetians, a steady drumbeat of father to son, unbroken for centuries, while other dynasties bleed themselves dry in civil wars. But for now, that future is unwritten. Tonight, Hugh Capet is just a man in a cold stone room, listening to the wind howl outside the walls of Paris. He removes the crown, rubbing the red mark it leaves on his brow. The city outside is quiet, a cluster of wooden houses and ancient Roman ruins on an island in the Seine. It is humble, almost sleepy. He walks to the window, looking out over the dark water reflecting the torchlight. He does not know that his blood will run through the veins of kings who will build Versailles, who will lead crusades, who will lose their heads to the guillotine. He only knows that he must survive the night and then the next. The river flows on, indifferent to the titles of men, carrying the silt of history toward the sea. The candle on his table flickers, casting long dancing shadows against the tapestry, shapes that look like lions or lilies, or perhaps just the ghosts of the old kings fading away to make room for the new. The silence of the castle is heavy, not empty, but full of the quiet breathing of a history waiting to begin. The bells of Paris toll, distinct and heavy, their vibrations travelling through the wooden shutters and into the marrow of the city, marking the passage of the soul of Hugh Capet into the great unknown. It is the year 996, and the torch has been passed, not with the violent clash of steel that usually accompanies the death of a founder, but with the quiet rustle of silk robes. Robert II, now the sole king of the Franks, stands by his father's grave, a figure carved from solitude and study. If Hugh was the pragmatic architect who laid the foundation, Robert is the monk who wanders the empty halls, filling them with hymns. History remembers him as Robert the Pious, a name that evokes images of a saintly figure with eyes cast heavenward, but names in history books are often like worn labels on wine bottles. They tell you the vintage, but they rarely capture the complexity of the taste. Robert is a man of profound contradictions, a king who would rather be a choir master, a sovereign who rules with a sceptre in one hand and a prayer book in the other. It is said that he sometimes forgives thieves who steal from him, even as they are caught red-handed, muttering that perhaps they needed the silver more than he did, a habit that undoubtedly drove his treasury officials to the brink of despair. One can imagine the royal steward sighing deeply, rubbing his temples as the king waves away yet another burglar with a blessing and a loaf of bread. But beneath this gentle, eccentric exterior lies a heart consumed by a fire that threatens to burn down the very stability his father worked so hard to build. This fire is not for God, at least not entirely. It is for a woman named Bertha. The tragedy of Robert's life is that he loves the one person the world tells him he cannot have. Bertha of Burgundy is his cousin, a widow, and in the eyes of the strict churchmen who hold the keys to heaven, she is forbidden fruit. The church laws regarding consanguinity, marriage between relatives, are a tangled web in the 11th century, a tool often used by popes to keep kings in check. Robert, the man who sings with the monks and composes hymns that float like incense smoke toward the rafters, chooses to defy the vicar of Christ for the sake of his heart. He marries Bertha, and for a brief, shimmering moment, the gloom of the draughty castle lifts. They are happy. It is a rare thing in the annals of medieval royalty to find a match made not of land and treaties, but of genuine magnetic affection. Imagine them walking through the royal gardens in Orléans, the smell of damp earth, and blooming rosemary rising around them, their hands brushing together in the twilight. For a king who lives in his head, Bertha is his anchor to the earth, but the papacy is a force more formidable than any Viking army. Pope Gregory VI strikes with the weapon of excommunication. It is a sentence that falls like a heavy, suffocating blanket over the couple. In the medieval mind, this is not merely a legal censure, it is a spiritual exile. To be excommunicated is to be cut off from the light of God, to be a dead limb on the living tree of the church. The atmosphere in the court changes. The air grows thick with judgment. Whispers trail Robert, like dust motes in a sunbeam. It is said that the servants, terrified of the spiritual contagion, purify the vessels the king drinks from by passing them through fire. The isolation is profound. Here is Robert the Pious, the man who loves the church more than life itself, barred from the sacraments, standing outside the spiritual warmth he craves, all because he refuses to abandon the woman he loves. It is a psychological torture that no sword could inflict. Historians still argue whether Robert eventually set Bertha aside because his will finally broke under the pressure of the Pope, or because he realised that without a legitimate heir, since the Church declared his children with Bertha bastards, the Capetian dream would die with him. Whatever the truth, the separation, when it comes, is a wound that never truly heals. Bertha is sent away, fading into the mists of history, leaving Robert alone in the echoing silence of his piety. The fire of his romance is extinguished, replaced by the cold ash of duty. Duty arrives in the form of a new wife, Constance of Arles. If Bertha was the soothing twilight, Constance is the blinding, harsh noon sun. She comes from the south, from a land of hotter blood and sharper tongues, bringing with her a retinue of strange fashions and lighter morals that shock the conservative northern Franks. The chroniclers of the time, mostly grumpy monks who disliked change, describe her as vain and domineering, complaining about her short skirts and pointed shoes, which were apparently the height of scandal in the year 1000. It is a touch of domestic comedy amidst the royal drama, the saintly, quiet king who just wants to sing his matins, now trapped in a castle with a high-maintenance wife who likely thinks his robes are drab and his hymns are boring. The friction is palpable. Robert retreats further into his religion, finding solace in the stone vaults of the churches he endows. He becomes a builder, a patron, obsessively constructing houses of God as if trying to buy back the peace he lost when he let go of Bertha. Yet, the fire returns in a different, darker form. It is during Robert's reign that the shadow of heresy begins to creep into the consciousness of Western Europe. In 1022, in the city of Orléans, a group of scholars, men Robert once counted as friends, are accused of denying the sacraments. It is a shock to the system of the kingdom. The king, the defender of the faith, is forced to act. For the first time in the Middle Ages, the state executes heretics by fire. It is a grim scene, the flames crackling in the marketplace, casting a jagged orange light on the faces of the crowd. Robert watches, and one wonders what passes through his mind. Does he see it as a necessary cleansing, a way to prove his orthodoxy after his own years of defiance? Or does he feel a terrible kinship with men who dared to believe something forbidden? The smoke rises, blending with the clouds, a somber reminder that faith in this era is not a gentle comfort, but a roaring furnace that consumes everything it touches. As Robert grows old, his beard turning the colour of iron, the kingdom stabilizes almost in spite of him. The Capetian miracle, the luck of producing male heirs, continues. He and Constance, despite their bickering, produce a son, Henry. Following the tradition his father started, Robert has Henry crowned while he is still alive, securing the line. The old king spends his final days essentially as a monk in royal clothing. He travels from shrine to shrine, a ghostly figure seeking redemption, touching the sick, believing or hoping that the royal touch can heal. This belief that the king is a conduit of divine power capable of curing scrofula takes root here, a myth that will cling to the French monarchy until the bitter end. Robert dies in 1031, leaving behind a kingdom that is slightly larger, slightly more organised, and deeply infused with the sanctity he projected. He leaves a legacy of stone churches and broken hearts, a testament to the impossible balance between the city of God and the city of man. The river of time flows on, carrying the Capetians away from the personal sorrows of the father and toward the hardened realities of the son. The candlelight flickers low, and the chanting fades, leaving us in the quiet dark, waiting for the next chapter to turn. The candle flame dances, casting long, flickering shadows against the stone walls of the 11th century, and we find ourselves in the reign of Henry the Verge. If Robert the Pious was a man of the spirit, his son Henry is a man of the sword and the saddle. He has to be. The kingdom he inherits in 1031 is a fragile thing, threatened not just by external enemies, but by his own younger brother and a mother, the formidable Constance, who preferred the younger son. Henry spends the early years of his reign in a constant state of motion, a king on horseback, putting out fires of rebellion that flare up in the countryside like dry brush in August. He is a survivor, a gritty, determined monarch who holds the Capuchin inheritance together with sheer stubbornness. But as the years grind on, a silent enemy approaches, one that no sword can parry, the emptiness of the nursery. The shadow of extinction hangs over the dynasty. Henry needs an heir, but here lies the great irony of the age. The very church that crowned him has drawn a circle around him so tight he can barely move. The laws against consanguinity have become so strict, prohibiting marriage within the 7th degree of kinship, that Henry is effectively related to every eligible noble woman in Western Europe. To marry a neighbour is to risk the wrath of the Pope, a lesson his father learned in agony. And so, the gaze of the French court turns outward, stretching across the vast, terrifying unknown of the map toward the rising sun. They look to the east, to a land that exists in the French imagination as a place of fable and frost. Kievan Rus. It is a decision of desperate audacity. In the late 1040s, a delegation of French bishops and knights sets out on a journey that must have felt like travelling to the moon. They ride through the dark forests of Germany, across the plains of Bohemia, pushing further than any Frankish diplomat has gone in centuries. They are searching for a princess named Anne, the daughter of Yaroslav the Wise, the Grand Prince of Kiev, and when they finally arrive, after months of dust and danger, they do not find a barbarian outpost. They find a civilization that, in many ways, outshines their own. Kiev is a city of golden domes and bustling markets, a metropolis where the influence of Byzantium mingles with the strength of the Northmen. It is said that the French envoys were dazzled, perhaps even a little embarrassed, by the splendour of the Rus court compared to the muddy streets of Paris. Anne of Kiev is not merely a political pawn. She is a woman of education and poise, steeped in a culture where literacy is prized. She agrees to the match or is sent. History rarely records the whispers of consent in the hearts of princesses, and begins the long, arduous journey back to France. Imagine her carriage rattling over the frozen ruts of European roads, carrying with her not just chests of furs and jewels, but the destiny of a dynasty. She arrives in France in 1051, a splash of exotic colour against the grey stone of the Capetian world. The wedding takes place in Reims, and one can Only imagine the murmurs of the courtiers as they behold their new queen. She speaks a strange tongue. She observes customs they do not understand. There is a persistent historical anecdote, delightful if true, that Anne insisted on bathing frequently, a habit that likely baffled the French nobility, who viewed excessive hygiene with deep suspicion, fearing it washed away one's vitality along with the dirt. But Anne brings more than just clean habits. She brings legitimacy and blood that is entirely free of the tangled Frankish family tree. She is the fresh water poured into a stagnant well. At her coronation, or perhaps at her wedding, historians debate the exact moment she places her hand on a gospel book she brought from Kiev to swear her oath. For centuries, French kings would swear upon this same book, known as the Ram's Gospel, largely unaware that the mysterious, beautiful script on its pages was Cyrillic, a quiet, enduring touch of the East at the heart of the French monarchy. The cultural gap between Henry and Anne must have been immense. He is an illiterate warrior king who signs documents with a simple X. She is a woman who can read and write, signing her name in clear, confident letters. Anna Regina. It is the classic odd couple of the Middle Ages, the rough soldier and the cultured intellectual, bound together by the necessity of survival. And survive they do. The Capetian miracle strikes again, but this time with a twist of Greek flavour. In 1052, Anne gives birth to a son. In a move that surprises everyone, she does not name him Robert, or Hugh, or Henry, or any of the traditional Germanic names of her husband's ancestors. She names him Philip. It is a name of Greek origin, Philippos, lover of horses, a nod to her Eastern Orthodox roots, and a claim to an ancient imperial heritage that predates the Franks entirely. It is a name that has never been used by the French royalty before, yet because of her, it will become one of the most illustrious names in French history, borne by kings who will reshape the continent. The boy, Philip, grows up straddling two worlds, the son of a Frankish brawler and a Kievan intellectual. Henry the Sphere, having secured his line, begins to fade into the background of his own reign, worn down by decades of fighting the rebellious Duke William of Normandy, the man who will soon be known as the Conqueror. Henry is a tired king, a man who has spent his life holding the door shut against chaos. He dies in 1060, leaving the throne to his young son Philip, who is no more than a child of 8. For the first time, the Capetian system faces the supreme test, a minority reign. Usually, this is the moment when the sharks circle, when uncles and cousins sharpen their knives to seize the crown from the child king. But here, the outsider queen proves her worth. Anne of Kiev does not vanish into a convent as expected. She acts as guardian, fierce and protective. There are charters from this time that bear a unique subscription, with the consent of my wife Anne, and later Anne, mother of King Philip. She stands as a pillar of stability, a woman who travelled across the world to save a dying lineage, and now holds it upright with her own hands. Yet Anne is still a woman of flesh and blood, not a marble statue. After Henry's death, she does something that scandalizes the chroniclers, almost as much as Robert the Pious's marriage. She falls in love, or is abducted, though she seems to have been a willing participant, with a powerful count, Raoul de Crépy. It is a romance that defies the conventions of royal widowhood. The church grumbles, the courtiers gossip about the scandalous queen riding off into the sunset, but one cannot help but admire her spirit. She has done her duty. She has provided the heir. She has injected new life into the bloodline, and now, in the autumn of her life, she claims a piece of happiness for herself. As she fades from the active records, retiring eventually to a quiet life, The boy she named Philip stands ready to take the mantle. The wind howls around the stone towers of the Ile-de-France, but the fire inside burns a little brighter now. The Capetian roots have drunk deep from distant waters, and the tree is ready to grow. The east has met the west, and in the small, observant eyes of the boy king Philip Sir, a new era of ambition is beginning to waken. The wheels of history turn with a grinding, inexorable weight, moving us from the era of the mother to the era of the son, into the long, simmering reign of Philip VI. We find ourselves now in the latter half of the 11th century, a time when the air of Europe is trembling with a strange new energy, a fever of faith and violence that will soon erupt into the First Crusade. But at the centre of this gathering storm sits a king who is remarkably, stubbornly still. Philip III is not the hero of a chivalric romance. He is not a man who yearns to die in the dusty sands of the Holy Land for a glorious cause. He is a man of earthly appetites, a king who prefers the softness of a feather bed to the hardness of a saddle, and the warmth of a lover's embrace to the cold approval of the church. He reigns for 48 years, a lifetime in the Middle Ages, and for much of that time he exists in the eye of a hurricane of his own making, a scandal that shakes the foundations of the monarchy, yet, paradoxically, leaves it standing stronger than before. If his father Robert was a man torn between love and duty, who eventually chose duty, Philip is the man who chooses love and simply refuses to apologize for it. The trouble begins, as it so often does in the Capetian line, with a marriage that feels more like a prison sentence. Philip is wed to Bertha of Holland, a union that produces an heir but no spark. The king is bored, he is restless, and then he meets Bertrade. Bertrade de Montfort is the wife of the Count of Anjou, a woman described by contemporaries with a mixture of awe and fear, her beauty said to be so arresting that it could make a bishop drop his crozier. The story of their union plays out like a dark fairy tale. Philip does not merely woo her, he essentially steals her, or perhaps she steals him. Historians still argue whether it was an abduction or an elopement, though the fact that she brought her luggage suggests she was not entirely surprised by the sudden change of address. Philip repudiates his wife Bertha, locking her away in a fortress, and marries Bertrade in defiance of every law of God and man. The reaction is immediate and nuclear. The Church, which has grown significantly more muscular and assertive since the days of his grandfather, does not look the other way. Pope Urban II, a Frenchman himself and a man of steely resolve, excommunicates the King of France. Imagine the silence that falls over the royal chapel. The bells cease to ring. The priests refuse to say Mass in the king's presence. For a medieval monarch, whose legitimacy is tied to divine anointing, this is a political death sentence. He is a pariah, a spiritual leper in his own palace. And yet, Philip shrugs. He wears his excommunication lightly, like a cloak he can doff when the weather warms. There is a delicious subversive humour in his stubbornness. It is said that when the bishop stopped chanting as he entered a town, he would simply laugh and tell them to sing louder because he liked the music. He lives with Bertrade, eats with her, and rules with her, turning the royal court into a theatre of defiance. But while Philip plays house with his stolen queen, the world outside his window is catching fire. The year 1095 arrives, bringing with it the Council of Clermont. It is one of the most significant moments in human history, occurring right in Philip's backyard, yet he is forbidden from attending. Pope Urban II stands in a field outside the city and delivers a sermon that sets Europe ablaze, calling for the liberation of Jerusalem. Deus lo vult, God wills it. The crowd roars, tearing fabric into crosses to pin to their chests. The First Crusade is born. It is a mass mobilization the likes of which the West has never seen. Dukes, counts, peasants, and knights sell their lands, mortgage their castles, and march east toward the rising sun. But the King of France stays home. He cannot go. He is an outcast of the faith. His brother, Hugh of Vermandois, takes up the cross in his stead, eager for glory, but Philip remains in Paris. This moment, often painted as a humiliation, is perhaps Philip's greatest stroke of accidental genius. Consider the board, the most troublesome, ambitious, and violent warlords of France, the men who usually spend their summers burning the king's villages and challenging his authority, are suddenly packing their bags and leaving for a journey from which many will never return. It is a geopolitical windfall. While the great lords of the realm bleed themselves dry in the deserts of Anatolia and Syria, Philip sits in the Ile-de-France, eating well, enjoying his scandalous marriage, and quietly watching his competitors vanish. He is the tortoise in a race of hares. He uses this time of quiet to consolidate, to purchase land from crusaders, desperate for cash, adding slice after slice to the royal domain. He is not expanding the kingdom by the sword, but by the purse and the patience of a man who knows that sometimes the best move is not to move at all. However, the shadow of the church is long. The standoff with the Pope drags on for years, a weary game of cat and mouse. Philip eventually makes concessions, pretending to separate from Bertrade, only to be found with her again as soon as the papal legates leave the room. It is a testament to the sheer force of his personality, or perhaps his apathy, that he manages to hold the throne despite the spiritual interdict. But time, the only enemy a king cannot outwit, begins to take its toll. Philip grows heavy. The chroniclers, never kind to aging kings, start to call him lethargic, describing a man too fat to mount a horse, a monarch who has become part of the furniture. The amorous becomes the obese. The fire of his youthful rebellion settles into the coals of old age. Yet, even in his decline, there is a shrewdness to him. He recognizes that his son, Louis, the child of the discarded Bertha, is the energy the kingdom needs. In a rare moment of concord, Philip associates Louis with the throne, handing over the reins of active governance long before he takes his final breath. As we watch Philip fade, we see a man who is deeply human, flawed, and surprisingly modern in his prioritization of personal happiness over public duty. He is a king who broke the rules and survived, a man who watched the greatest religious adventure of his age march past his doorstep and simply close the door to stay warm. The crusade captures Jerusalem in a bloodbath of glory in 1099. But Philip is still in Paris, still with Bertrade, still excommunicated, and still king. He dies in 1108, asking not to be buried in the royal necropolis of Saint-Denis among his ancestors, perhaps feeling unworthy, or perhaps simply wanting to rest away from the stern gaze of the monks who judged him all his life. He chooses the abbey of Saint-Benoît-sur-Loire. As they lower his body into the earth, the scandalous chapter closes, but the book is far from finished. The Crusaders are returning, bringing with them new ideas, new wealth, and new diseases. The feudal lords who survived are coming home to find that the sleepy monarchy they left behind has woken up. Philip the lover has passed the sword to a son who is ready to use it. The candlelight flickers on the heavy velvet curtains of the king's chamber, the scent of stale wine and old incense lingering in the air. The silence returns, but it is a different kind of silence now. It is the deep breath before the exertion of the 12th century. The sleeper awakes. The dust of the 11th century settles, and we rise into the crisp, sharp air of the 12th. If Philip Schöner was the king who sat still, his son Louis sat up. is the king who never stops moving. He bursts onto the stage of history with the force of a battering ram, a man of immense physical bulk and even greater restless energy. History has been somewhat unkind to his waistline, branding him forever as Louis the Fat, Louis le Gros. It is a nickname that conjures images of a glutton dozing by the fire, a comic figure stained with gravy. But make no mistake, this is not a king of sloth. This is a warrior trapped in a heavy body, a man who spends his life groaning as he hauls himself into the saddle, only to ride harder and fight fiercer than knights half his age and half his weight. He is the waking giant of the Capetian line, the monarch who looks at the messy, lawless garden his ancestors tended and decides it is finally time to pull out the weeds. The France that Louis inherits in 1108 is a dangerous paradox. On paper, he is the king of the Franks, the anointed of God. In reality, he is a prisoner in his own domain. The Ile-de-France, the royal heartland surrounding Paris, has become a gangster's paradise. Petty lords and robber barons have built illegal castles on every hill and crossroads, stone ticks sucking the blood of the kingdom. These men, Thomas of Marle, Hugh of Le Puiset, names that sound like villains in a dark nursery rhyme, terrorize the countryside. They rob merchants, kidnap priests, and strip peasants of their grain. The road from Paris to Orléans, a journey of mere days, is a gauntlet of tolls and ambushes. The king cannot even ride through his own backyard without an army. It is a humiliation that burns in Louis's gut, hotter than any fever. He realizes a fundamental truth that his father ignored. Before you can rule an empire, you must be able to walk down your own driveway in safety. And so, the fat king goes to war. Not against foreign emperors or distant sultans, but against his own neighbours. It is a gritty, unglamorous conflict, a war of sieges and skirmishes fought in the mud of the French countryside. Louis becomes the gendarme king, the policeman of the realm. We see him in the saddle, sweating under his chainmail, his face red with exertion, leading his troops against the fortress of Le Puiset. The castle stands defiant, a jagged tooth of stone on the horizon. The chronicle of his life, written by his brilliant childhood friend and advisor, Abbot Suger, paints the scene with cinematic flair. Suger tells us of the king fighting on the front lines, risking his life like a common soldier, driven by a righteous fury to protect the church and the poor. Historians still argue whether Louis was truly a champion of the oppressed or simply a pragmatist, crushing rivals who threatened his tax revenue. But in the end, the result is the same. The castles fall, the robber barons are brought to heel, forced to kneel in the mud and swear fealty to the man they once mocked. There is a grim humour to these encounters. Louis is relentless. When one rebellious lord surrenders, only to break his oath the moment the king's back is turned, Louis simply turns the army around and besieges him again and again until the lesson sticks. He is teaching the French nobility a new language, obedience. But Louis is not just a brute force. He is the partner in one of the most significant friendships in medieval history. Enter Abbot Suger, small, frail, and born of humble origins. Suger is the physical opposite of the massive king, yet they fit together like a key in a lock. Suger is the mind to Louis's muscle. As the abbot of Saint-Denis, he begins to craft the ideology that will elevate the French monarchy from a feudal office to a sacred duty. He whispers in Louis's ear that the king is not just a lord among lords, but the sword of God, the protector of the weak. Under Suger's guidance, the monarchy begins to associate itself with the cult of Saint-Denis, the patron saint of France. The king adopts the oriflamme, the crimson war banner of the abbey, as the royal standard. When that red flag unfurls in the wind, it signals that the king is riding to war, not for land, but for holy justice. This partnership transforms the perception of the crown. For the first time, the merchants and the clergy begin to look to the king as their natural ally against the predatory nobles. Louis encourages the formation of communes, towns granted self-governing charters, when it suits him to weaken a rival lord, though he is careful not to let them get too independent. He is building a tripod of power, the crown, the church, and the towns, all leaning against the unruly aristocracy. It is a slow, painful process. Every summer brings a new campaign, a new castle to storm. Louis's health begins to fail. His great weight becomes a terrible burden. There are days when he can barely walk, his legs swollen and painful. Yet, when the trumpet sounds, he is there. In 1124, a massive threat looms on the horizon. The Holy Roman Emperor, in league with the King of England, plans an invasion. For the first time, a sense of national unity flickers to life. Louis calls upon his vassals, and miraculously they come. Counts who usually fight against him rally to the oriflamme. The invasion melts away before it even begins. Daunted by the wall of French shields, it is the crowning moment of his reign, proof that the disparate pieces of France are beginning to knit together. As the years grind on, Louis looks to the future. He has cleaned the house, but he needs someone to live in it. His eldest son, Philip, is the heir, a young man full of promise. But tragedy, the constant companion of medieval life, strikes in a bizarre and horrific way. In 1131, while riding through the streets of Paris, a pig, a literal stray pig, scavenging in the muck, darts between the legs of Prince Philip's horse. The horse falls, and the prince is crushed. It is a freak accident that could topple a dynasty. The king is devastated. The grief of the fat king is immense, a heavy silence filling the palace. But Louis does not have the luxury of despair. He has a spare heir, a younger son named Louis, who was destined for the church. This boy, barely 11 years old, is plucked from the cloister, blinking in the sudden light of his new destiny. He is soft, pious, and utterly unprepared for the throne. Louis VI moves quickly to secure this fragile boy's future. In a final, brilliant stroke of diplomacy, he negotiates a marriage that seems too good to be true. The Duke of Aquitaine, the ruler of a vast territory in the southwest that dwarfs the king's own lands, dies, leaving his daughter Eleanor as the heiress. Louis secures her hand for his son. It is the coup of the century. In one marriage, the royal domain would effectively triple, stretching from the misty Seine to the sun-drenched Pyrenees. The dying king must have felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had taken a mockery of a kingdom and turned it into a power. He had beaten the robber barons, defied the emperor, and now, on his deathbed, he had secured the greatest dowry in Europe. Louis VI dies in 1137 at the age of 56, his body finally succumbing to the strain he placed upon it. He leaves the world not with a whimper, but with the satisfaction of a job well done. He lies on a carpet spread over the earth, sprinkling ashes on his head in a sign of penitence, breathing his last in the shadow of the great church of Saint-Denis. The fat king had carried the weight of the monarchy on his ample shoulders and had not stumbled. He leaves behind a kingdom that is safe, a treasury that is fuller, and a son who is about to marry the most powerful woman in the world. The camera of history pulls back from the deathbed, drifting out the window toward the south, where a carriage is bringing Eleanor of Aquitaine to Paris. The air is warm, heavy with the scent of lavender and impending storm. The era of the builders is over. The era of the tragic lovers is about to begin. The stone walls of the Louvre, which Louis helped strengthen, stand silent and strong, waiting for the drama that will echo through them for the next 50 years. The summer sun of 1137 does not just shine, It blazes, turning the vineyards of Bordeaux into a shimmering sea of green and gold. We have moved south, far from the grey skies of the Ile-de-France, to the vibrant, heated heart of Aquitaine. Here, the air smells of pine resin and ripening grapes, and the language spoken is not the clipped dialect of the north, but the rolling, musical oc of the troubadours. It is here that the next great chapter of the Capetian saga begins, not with a battle, but with a wedding that redraws the map of Europe in a single stroke. Young Louis VII, the boy plucked from the cloister, stands beside Eleanor of Aquitaine. He is 17, pale, serious, and blinks in the bright southern light like an owl caught at noon. She is 15, but she possesses a poise that makes her seem centuries older. She is the Duchess of Aquitaine, the Countess of Poitiers, the most eligible bride in Christendom. When she takes his hand, she brings with her a dowry that is almost incomprehensibly vast, a territory stretching from the Loire Valley to the Pyrenees, a land richer, more cultured, and far more unruly than the modest kingdom Louis has inherited. It is a union of opposites, so stark it feels like a cosmic joke. Louis is a man of silence, of prayer, of rigid self-discipline. He was raised to be a monk, to chant in the shadows, until the death of his brother thrust the crown upon him. He looks at women with a mixture of reverence and terror. Eleanor, by contrast, is a creature of the sun. Her grandfather was the first troubadour, a man who wrote erotic poetry and defied the church. She has grown up in a court where art, debate, and courtly love are the currencies of power. She is vivid, intelligent, and fiercely alive. Historians still argue whether Louis fell instantly, hopelessly in love with her, or if he was simply overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of her presence. The consensus leans toward the former. Louis adores her. He looks at her as if she were a stained glass window come to life. But Eleanor, one suspects she looks at Louis and sees a wall of grey stone where she expected a door. They travel north to Paris, and the cultural collision is immediate. Eleanor's retinue is a splash of exotic colour in the muddy streets of the Capuchin capital. They wear silks from the east, they play strange instruments, they laugh too loud and too often for the solemn northern bishops. Imagine the scene in the royal palace on the Ile de la Cité. The draughty halls, which Louis's father had tried to make comfortable, suddenly filled with the scents of spices and perfumes that the Parisians have never smelled. Eleanor finds the palace gloomy. She finds the courtiers boorish. It is said she likened marrying Louis to marrying a monk rather than a king, a quip that, if true, must have stung the young monarch to his pious core. Yet, for a time, the novelty holds. France is technically unified, or at least, the King of France now sleeps beside the woman who owns the other half of it. It is the height of Capetian power on paper, a dynasty stretching its limbs across the entire hexagon of modern France. But a kingdom is not a map. It is a living, breathing beast, and it begins to thrash. Louis, eager to prove he is not just a monk in a crown, tries to assert his authority with a clumsiness that borders on tragic. He picks fights he cannot win. He quarrels with the Pope over the appointment of a bishop, a dispute that leads to an interdict, that familiar Capetian curse being placed on his lands. He quarrels with the Count of Champagne, a powerful vassal. And here, the story takes a dark and pivotal turn, a moment that will shatter the young king's soul and define the rest of his life. The year is 1143. Louis invades Champagne to punish the rebellious count. His army marches on the town of Vitry-en-Perthois. The soldiers, perhaps too eager, perhaps just careless, set fire to the town. The flames spread with terrifying speed, licking at the thatched roofs driven by the wind. The townspeople, terrified, flee to the only stone sanctuary they know, the church. 1,300 men, women, and children crowd into the nave, praying for salvation. But the fire does not respect the sanctuary. The roof catches, the timbers groan and collapse. The screams that rise from the burning church of Vitry are said to have pierced the roar of the fire itself. Louis watches from a nearby hill. He sees the smoke, the collapse, the horror of what his command has wrought. He is 23 years old. He is a man who fears God above all else, a man who wanted to be a priest, and he has just presided over a holocaust of the innocent. The silence that follows the fire of Vitry is deafening. It breaks him. The young king falls into a deep paralyzed depression. He cuts off his hair, which Eleanor, with her love of fashion, likely found dismaying, and retreats into penance. The image of the burning church sears itself into his mind, a nightmare he cannot wake from. He becomes convinced that his soul is in mortal peril, that God has turned his face away from the House of Capet. Eleanor, meanwhile, watches her husband crumble. She is a woman of action, of politics, and seeing the king reduced to a weeping penitent must have been both frustrating and alienating. The gap between them widens. He is in the chapel, on his knees. She is in the solar, listening to songs of love and war, dreaming of a life that feels less like a funeral. The palace becomes a house of whispers. The courtiers sense the drift. The golden eagle of Aquitaine is caged, and the lion of France has lost his roar, replaced by the whimper of a guilty conscience. It is in this atmosphere of spiritual crisis that a voice arrives from the wilderness. Bernard of Clairvaux, the fiery, charismatic abbot who dominates the religious life of Europe, begins to preach. News comes from the east. The crusader state of Edessa has fallen to the Muslims. A new crusade is needed. For Louis, this is not just military news. It is a lifeline. It is a chance for redemption. If he marches to the Holy Land, if he bleeds for Christ, perhaps the ghosts of Vitry will stop screaming in his sleep. On Christmas Day, 1145, Louis announces his intention to take the cross. It is a shock to his advisors. Kings do not usually go on crusade. It is too dangerous, too destabilizing. But Louis is adamant. And then a surprise. Eleanor announces she will go too, not as a wife waiting in the tent, but as the Duchess of Aquitaine, leading her own vassals, riding her own horse. It is a moment of spectacular theatre. Legend tells us she and her ladies, dressed as Amazons, galloping through the crowds, though this is likely a later embellishment by monks who found the whole idea of women warriors titillatingly scandalous. But the truth is bold enough. The Queen of France is going to war. It is a decision that seals their fate. For Louis, the crusade is a pilgrimage of penance. For Eleanor, it is an adventure, an escape from the grey walls of Paris, a return to the wider, wilder world she was born for. The stage is set for a journey that will test the Capetian monarchy to its breaking point. The vast army gathers at Vézelay, a sea of knights and pilgrims stretching as far as the eye can see. Bernard of Clairvaux stands on a wooden platform, his voice thundering over the crowd, handing out crosses of cloth until they run out, and he has to tear his own robes into strips. Louis stands there, the cross on his shoulder, his face pale and determined. Eleanor stands beside him, radiant, her eyes fixed on the southern horizon. They are united in purpose, but divided in spirit. The golden eagle and the lion are leaving the safety of their nest, marching toward a sun that will burn away the illusions of their marriage. The wind picks up, rustling the banners, carrying the sound of thousands of voices, chanting Deus lo vult. The camera lingers on Louis's face, seeing not the glory of a king, but the desperation of a man trying to outrun his own shadow. The drums begin to beat, a slow rhythmic pounding that sounds like a heartbeat. or a death knell, the Great Migration begins. The wheels of the great wagon train groan under the weight of ambition, grinding against the stony roads of the Balkans, moving further and further from the green, forgiving fields of France. We are travelling now into the heat of the East, into the furnace where the Second Crusade will be tested and found wanting. The year is 1147, and the journey that began with hymns and flying banners has turned into a long, dusty slog through a world that feels increasingly hostile. Louis VII and Eleanor of Aquitaine ride at the heart of this moving city, but the emotional distance between them is already growing, stretching thin like a piece of parchment left too long in the sun. The crusade is a beast of logistics, a nightmare of hungry mouths and tired horses. As they cross into the rugged terrain of Asia Minor, the reality of war strips away the romance. The German army, which had marched ahead of them, has already been decimated by the Seljuk Turks, their bodies left as grim markers by the roadside. The French press on. But the air is thick with tension. It is here, in the mountain passes of Mount Cadmus, that the nightmare truly begins. The column stretches out too long, the vanguard losing touch with the rearguard, a fatal error in the discipline of war. The Turks strike from the heights, swooping down like hawks on a broken snake. Chaos erupts. In this moment of terror, Louis, the monk king, finds a strange, desperate courage. He is separated from his bodyguard, backed against a rock. Some chroniclers say he climbed a tree, which is a somewhat less dignified image for a king, but effective nonetheless. Alone, he fights off attackers with his sword, a solitary figure in royal armour battling for his life, while the screams of his men echo in the canyon. He survives miraculously, but the army is shattered, their morale left bleeding in the dust. Eleanor, riding with the vanguard, is safe, but the blame game begins. Whispers circulate that it was her baggage train, her insistence on bringing too many luxuries, that slowed them down. It is likely unfair. Armies move slowly regardless of the Queen's wardrobe, but in the camp, where water is scarce and fear is plentiful, a scapegoat is always welcome. The silence between the King and Queen in the royal tent that night is heavy, filled with the unspoken accusation that perhaps God is punishing them not for their sins, but for their company. Finally, they reach Antioch. After the dust and blood of the mountains, Antioch rises like a mirage, a city of lush gardens, running water, and civilized comforts. It is ruled by Raymond of Poitiers, Eleanor's uncle. Raymond is everything. Louis is not. Tall, charming, a warrior prince who has lived in the East for years and understands the complex shifting politics of the Levant. He welcomes them with open arms, and for Eleanor it is like waking up from a bad dream. She is back among her own kind, speaking the language of courtly wit, surrounded by the scents of jasmine and the soft rustle of silk. She comes alive. Louis, however, remains the eternal penitent. He sees the luxury of Antioch as a trap, a distraction from his holy vow to reach Jerusalem. He shaves his beard, keeps his vigils, and looks at the easy laughter between his wife and her uncle with a growing cold suspicion. Here lies one of the great scandals of the Middle Ages, a knot historians still try to untie. Did Eleanor and Raymond have an affair? The rumours at the time were explosive, fueled by the fact that they spent hours in deep conversation, often speaking in the Languedoc, which Louis could not understand. It is a classic recipe for jealousy. The beautiful wife, the dashing uncle, the excluded husband. Most modern historians argue it was likely political seduction rather than physical. Raymond needed Louis's army to attack Aleppo, the true strategic threat to his city. He was charming his niece to win her husband's sword. But Louis, simple and stubborn, refuses. He wants to go to Jerusalem to pray at the Holy Sepulchre. He does not care about Aleppo. He does not care about strategy. He cares about his soul. The conflict explodes in a scene of breathtaking drama. Eleanor, emboldened by her uncle and perhaps tired of being married to a hair shirt, refuses to leave. She tells Louis that if he wants to go to Jerusalem, he can go alone. She will stay in Antioch with her vassals. Then she drops the atomic bomb of medieval marriage politics. She suggests that their marriage might be invalid due to consanguinity. She threatens divorce. It is a moment of supreme defiance. Louis is stunned. His authority, his masculinity, and his crusade are all crumbling at once, but he does not back down. On the advice of his counsellors, he does the only thing he can think of. He uses force. Under the cover of night, his knights seize the queen, forcing her to leave Antioch as a prisoner in her own camp. They ride south to Jerusalem, the king grim and silent, the queen furious and humiliated. The marriage is effectively dead. Only the corpse remains to be buried. They arrive in Jerusalem, but the spirit of the crusade is broken. The military climax, when it comes, is a farce that borders on tragedy. The great lords of the West, including Louis and the German Emperor Conrad, decide to attack Damascus. It is a decision that baffles historians to this day, roughly the strategic equivalent of punching your best friend in the face because you're angry at your enemy. Damascus was the only Muslim power in the region willing to ally with the Christians against the growing threat of the Turks. By attacking it, the Crusaders drive the city into the arms of their enemies. The siege lasts only 4 days. 4 days of confusion, heat, and incompetence in the orchards outside the walls. The Crusaders shift their position to a side of the city with no water, and realizing their mistake too late, are forced to retreat in shame. The Second Crusade, launched with the thunder of the heavens, ends in a whimper of dust and thirst. The journey home is a funeral procession for a marriage. Louis and Eleanor return to Europe on separate ships, a detail that speaks volumes. They are strangers now, bound only by a legal contract they both despise. In a final, almost touching attempt to save the union, they stop in Tusculum to visit Pope Eugenius III. The Pope, acting as a divine marriage counsellor, tries to reconcile them. He listens to their grievances, ignores the talk of divorce, and actually prepares a special bed draped in precious curtains for them, ordering them to sleep together and conceive a child. It is a scene of intimate awkwardness. The vicar of Christ essentially tucking the king and queen of France into bed and telling them to work it out. One can only imagine the silence in that room, the tension as they lay side by side in the dark, 2 planets forced into a decaying orbit. Remarkably, the Pope's intervention yields a result, though perhaps not the one Louis prayed for. Eleanor conceives, but it is another daughter, Alex. There is no male heir. The Capetian miracle has stalled. The divine signal seems clear. The union is not blessed. They return to France, but the air in the palace is unbreathable. Eleanor retires to her lands in the south. Louis broods in Paris. The inevitable gathers momentum like a storm cloud. The advisors who once championed the match now whisper that the Queen is a liability, a scandal, a barren vine, at least in terms of sons. The Council of Beaugency is called in 1152. The marriage is annulled, officially on the grounds of consanguinity, the very excuse Eleanor had used in Antioch. They are fourth cousins, the church declares, shocking absolutely no one who hadn't looked at a family tree in the last 15 years. The separation is pronounced. Louis retains the title of king and custody of the daughters. Eleanor takes back her dowry, the vast sun-drenched lands of Aquitaine. She rides out of the Capetian court a free woman, leaving Louis alone in the grey light of the Ile-de-France. He is free of the scandal, free of the turbulence, but he has lost half his kingdom. He stands at the window of his palace, watching the road south, perhaps feeling a mixture of relief and terrifying emptiness. He does not know that within weeks Eleanor will remarry. He does not know that she will marry Henry Plantagenet, the young, energetic Duke of Normandy and future King of England. He does not know that by letting her go, he has created the greatest rival the House of Capet will ever face, setting the stage for 100 years of war. He simply feels the quiet return to the stone halls, the silence of a monk who tried to live in the world and found it too loud. The candle burns low, the flame steady and small, as the shadow of the Plantagenets begins to lengthen across the floor. The summer of 1165 hangs heavy over Paris, the air thick with heat, and the desperate prayers of a dynasty on the brink of extinction. Louis VII, now an old man by medieval standards, waits in the palace of the Cité. He has buried 2 wives and is now on his 3rd. Adela of Champagne. He has 4 daughters, but the Salic law, or at least the custom that will harden into law, is unforgiving. Without a son, the Capetian line ends with him. The silence in the royal solar is not peaceful, it is terrified, and then a cry pierces the stillness. On the 21st of August, the impossible happens. A boy is born. The city erupts. It is said that the students of the Latin Quarter ran into the streets with torches, singing and dancing, turning night into day. The king, weeping with relief, names the child Dieudonné, God-given. But history will know him by another name, a name that echoes with the weight of empires, Philip II Augustus. If Louis VII was the saint and Hugh Capet the survivor, Philip is the architect. He grows up not in the shadow of the cloister, but in the shadow of a map that terrifies him. He looks out from the narrow windows of the royal domain and sees himself surrounded. The Angevin Empire, created by the marriage of his father's ex-wife Eleanor to Henry II of England, chokes the French kingdom like a python. They hold England, Normandy, Anjou, Maine, and Aquitaine. The King of France is a dwarf standing between the legs of a giant, but Philip is a strange, quiet child. He does not have the golden charisma of a knight-errant. He is small, often described as having one eye that wanders or looks a bit wild, and he possesses a temperament that is less like a lion and more like a calculator. He watches. He learns. He realizes early on that if he cannot beat the Plantagenets with a sword, he will beat them with a quill, a whisper, and a lawsuit. The reign of Philip Augustus begins with a frantic urgency. At 14, he is lost in a forest during a hunt, spending a terrifying night alone in the woods. He falls gravely ill from the exposure, or the fear, and his father, desperate to save the heir, makes a pilgrimage to the tomb of Thomas Becket in England. The exertion kills the old king. In 1180, Louis VII is laid to rest, and the teenager Philip stands alone. He is 15 years old, facing the most experienced, ruthless politician in Europe, Henry II. Most boys would crumble. Philip, however, has a precocious, icy competence. He immediately marries Isabella of Hainaut, securing a vital buffer zone to the north. It is a calculated move, devoid of romance, purely strategic. When his advisors complain, he ignores them. He is already playing a game they do not understand. Philip's genius lies in his recognition of human frailty. He looks at the formidable House of Plantagenet, Henry II, Eleanor, and their 4 sons, and he sees not a monolith, but a family of vipers. He knows that Henry's sons are hungry for power and resentful of their father's long life. Philip becomes the sour of discord. He invites the sons to Paris. He dines with them, hunts with them, and whispers in their ears. He befriends the young Geoffrey and the volatile Richard, treating them with a brotherly affection that drives a wedge between them and their father. It is a masterclass in psychological warfare. Scholarly debate still circles around the nature of Philip's relationship with Richard the Lionheart during these early years. Chronicles recount them sleeping in the same bed and eating from the same plate, a symbol of political alliance in the 12th century, though often interpreted through a modern lens as romantic. Whether driven by affection or pure manipulation, the result is the same. Philip weaponizes the sons against the father. While he tears down his rivals abroad, he builds furiously at home. Philip is the first king to truly look at Paris and see a capital city rather than just a residence. He hates the mud. The streets of Paris are an open sewer, smelling of offal and stagnation. Philip orders them paved. It is a small detail, but a revolutionary one. He commands the construction of a new wall around the city, a protective embrace of stone. And to guard the western approach, he orders the building of a fortress, a squat, formidable tower that will evolve over centuries into the greatest palace in the world, the Louvre. He is locking the door of his kingdom, turning the open garden into a fortress. But stone costs money. In a move that reveals the darker, colder side of his pragmatism, Philip turns on the Jewish community in 1182. He expels them from the royal domain and seizes their property to fund his consolidation. It is a brutal, cynical act, often glossed over in romantic histories, but it reveals the core of the man. The state comes first, humanity second. The climax of his early struggle against the Plantagenets comes at the legendary conference of the Sacred Elm near Gisors in 1188. It is a scene of almost theatrical pettiness that determines the fate of nations. The elm tree stands on the border of Normandy and France, a traditional meeting place. For years, the French kings have stood in the sun while the English dukes enjoyed the shade of the great tree. Philip has had enough of the shade. He arrives with a demand for respect. The meeting devolves into insults. In a fit of symbolic rage, Philip orders the tree cut down. It is a declaration that the old order is over. He is no longer the boy standing in the sun. He is the king who reshapes the landscape. By the late 1180s, Philip has successfully turned Richard against his dying father, Henry II. The old lion, Henry, is hunted down across the fields of France, fleeing from his own son and the French king. It is a tragic end for the great legal reformer of Europe, defeated not by a superior army, but by the relentless grinding pressure of Philip's diplomacy. When Henry dies in 1189, muttering shame, shame on a conquered king, Philip does not gloat. He simply nods. The giant is dead. But as he looks across the coffin, he sees the new king of England, Richard the Fat, the Lionheart. The man who was once his pawn is now his equal, a warrior king of terrifying prowess. The board has been cleared, but the game has just become infinitely more dangerous. Historians often pause here to note a linguistic shift that Philip pioneers. In his documents, he begins to style himself not merely as Rex Francorum, king of the Franks, a tribal leader of people, but as Rex Francia, king of France, the ruler of a defined territory. It is a subtle change, but it marks the birth of the nation-state. He is not just leading a tribe, he is embodying a land. As the 12th century draws to a close, news arrives from the east that shatters the political squabbles of the west. Jerusalem has fallen to Saladin. The Pope calls for a third crusade. Philip takes the cross, as does Richard. But unlike the pious Louis VII, Philip does not look at the crusade as a path to heaven. He looks at it as a necessary annoyance, a diplomatic summit with swords. He prepares to march east, not with the zeal of a believer, but with the caution of a lawyer entering a hostile courtroom. He packs his bags, checks his lists, and casts one last look at his growing city of Paris, knowing that the true battle for France will not be fought in the Holy Land, but in the vacuum he leaves behind. The architect steps out of his workshop and onto the world stage. his eyes not on the horizon, but on the man walking beside him. The Mediterranean sun beats down on the white sands of Acre, a blinding, relentless glare that strips a man of his secrets. It is 1191. The Third Crusade is often painted in tapestries as a unified march of Christendom, but in reality it is a high-stakes duel played out in a sandbox. On one side stands Richard the Festern of England, the Lionheart, a man who looks like a king from a storybook, tall, golden-haired, wielding a battle-axe with terrifying ease. He is a force of nature, a warrior who lives for the adrenaline of the charge, a man who throws gold coins to the crowds and writes poetry in the lull between battles. On the other side stands Philip II Augustus, a man who looks like a clerk who has accidentally wandered onto a battlefield. He is slight, pale, and constantly calculating. If Richard is the lion, Philip is the fox. And here, amidst the siege towers and the thick, sickly, sweet stench of dysentery, the friendship that Philip once cultivated with such care dissolves into a bitter, legendary rivalry. The friction is immediate and petty, the kind of squabbling one expects from bad neighbours rather than anointed sovereigns. Richard arrives with fanfare, conquering Cyprus on the way simply because he can, and lavishing his soldiers with wealth that makes Philip's payroll look miserly. Philip, whose treasury is a fraction of the Angevin wealth, watches with a cold, unblinking stare. He counts every copper coin. He negotiates the price of grain. While Richard is riding within bowshot of the Saracen walls, taunting death, Philip is in his tent, inspecting the structural integrity of the siege engines and drafting legal complaints about the division of spoils. The contrast is visceral. The hero versus the administrator. Richard wants to take Jerusalem. Philip wants to take Acre and go home. There is a personal thorn in this political side. For years, Richard has been betrothed to Philip's half-sister Alice. It was part of the deal, the glue of their alliance, but Richard has no intention of marrying her. Rumours, dark, persistent whispers, suggest that Richard's father, Henry II, had already taken Alice as a mistress, tainting her in Richard's eyes. Instead, Richard marries Berengaria of Navarre in a lavish ceremony on Cyprus. To Philip, this is not just a romantic rejection, it is a diplomatic insult, a breach of contract that screams of Angevin arrogance. He swallows the humiliation, but he stores it away in the deep, icy cellar of his memory. He does not scream, he plans. Then, the sickness comes. It sweeps through the camp, a mysterious malady the chroniclers call Arnaldia or sweating sickness. Philip is struck down. He loses his hair, his fingernails, and his skin peels in sheets. It is a grotesque, humbling affliction for a king. While Richard also falls ill, he recovers with his usual robust vitality, even shooting crossbows from his stretcher. Philip, however, is left frail and shaken. He looks at the sun-baked walls of Acre, at the flies buzzing over the dead, and decides he has had enough. He has fulfilled his vow. He has captured Acre. Why should he die here, thousands of miles from the Seine, for a city he cannot tax? In a move that shocks Christendom and cements his reputation as a calculating pragmatist, Philip announces his departure. The Crusaders are aghast. To leave before Jerusalem is taken is to leave the job half finished. Richard flies into a rage, calling him a coward and a deserter, but Philip is immune to insults. He is playing a longer game. He swears a solemn oath on the Gospels that he will not attack Richard's lands while the Lionheart is away on crusade. It is a beautiful, pious lie. As his ship cuts through the blue waters, heading west, one can almost see the ghost of a smile on his face. He is leaving the lion in the desert, surrounded by enemies, while the fox returns to an unguarded henhouse. Back in France, the air is cool and sweet. Philip recovers his health and his hair, though his temperament remains as sharp as flint. He returns to a kingdom that is efficiently run, thanks to the administrative reforms he put in place before he left. Another sign of his foresight. He does not attack Richard's lands immediately. That would be too obvious, too blasphemous. Instead, he attacks with parchment. He spreads rumours that Richard is traitorous, that he is planning to sell the Christian army to Saladin. He makes quiet overtures to Richard's younger brother, John. Prince John is a man of weak will and high ambition, the perfect clay for Philip's hands. Philip invites him to Paris, feeds his resentment, and whispers that perhaps Richard will never return. Perhaps the crown looks better on John's head. The years tick by. Richard achieves feats of superhuman valour in the east, but he fails to take Jerusalem. In 1192 he begins the long journey home, and then the news that Philip has been waiting for arrives. A stroke of luck so profound it feels like divine intervention. Richard has been captured. While travelling in disguise through Austria, the Lionheart is recognised, allegedly because he was wearing expensive gloves and roasting a chicken on a spit with the air of a king, and taken prisoner by Duke Leopold, whom he had insulted at Acre. He is sold to the Holy Roman Emperor Henry II and locked in a fortress. The board is tilted violently in Philip's favour. The most dangerous warrior in Europe is in a dungeon. Philip immediately sends a letter to John. The message is short, cryptic, and chillingly poetic. Look to yourself, the devil is loose. It is a warning that Richard might be released, but it is also a command to seize power while there is still time. Philip attacks Normandy. He does not need to win great battles, he just needs to be present. He bribes the Castellans. He offers the exhausted, leaderless Angevin garrisons safety and coin in exchange for surrender. One by one, the castles flip. The Vexin, the border region that has been a bone of contention for decades, falls into his hands. Philip is dismantling the Angevin Empire not with a sledgehammer but with a screwdriver, loosening the bolts while the owner is away. He offers the emperor huge sums of money to keep Richard in prison, or better yet, to hand him over to France. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated cynicism. The most Christian king is paying to keep a fellow crusader in chains, but Philip does not care about chivalry. He cares about France. He knows that Richard is an erratic force of destruction, a man who drains his kingdom to fund his wars. Philip is the builder, the stabilizer. He believes with a terrifying certainty that he is the only man sane enough to rule these lands. But the Lionheart cannot be caged forever. Eleanor of Aquitaine, the indomitable matriarch, scours Europe for the ransom, raising an ocean of silver, 34 tons of it, to buy her son's freedom. In 1194, Richard is released. He lands in Normandy, and the war turns hot. For 5 years, the fox and the lion grapple. It is a brutal, exhausting conflict of sieges and counter-sieges. Richard builds the Chateau Gaillard, the saucy castle, a miracle of military engineering on the Seine, explicitly to mock Philip and block the road to Rouen. Philip watches it rise, with a mixture of hatred and professional admiration. He cannot defeat Richard in the open field. He tries once, at Fréteval, and is nearly captured, losing the royal archives in the process, so he retreats to his strength, patience. He knows that Richard is a flame that burns too hot. He waits, and in 1199 the end comes, not from a French arrow, but from a fluke. Richard is besieging a minor castle in the Limousin, a petty dispute over a pot of Roman gold found by a peasant. He is shot in the shoulder by a boy with a crossbow and a frying pan for a shield. The wound turns gangrenous. The Lionheart dies. When the news reaches Paris, Philip does not celebrate. He does not throw a feast. He simply goes to work. The obstacle is gone. The path to the sea is open. The lion is dead. Replaced by John, a man Philip knows he can break. The parchment is put away, the sword is sharpened. The fox steps out of the shadows, and for the first time he looks at Normandy not as a dream, but as a meal. The camera lingers on Philip's face, calm, unsmiling, illuminated by the flickering light of a single candle, as he unrolls a map of the Angevin lands and picks up a quill. The ink is black, but it will rewrite the borders in blood. The summer of 1214 is blindingly hot. The sun hangs over the fields of Flanders like a polished brass shield, baking the mud into hard, cracked puzzles of earth. We are standing on the edge of a catastrophe. Philip II Augustus, now a man of 48, seasoned by decades of survival, finds himself trapped. The game of chess he has played so brilliantly against the Angevins has escalated into a brawl. A massive coalition has formed to crush the Capetian upstart once and for all. It is a world war of the Middle Ages. From the west comes King John of England, landing in La Rochelle to draw Philip south. From the north marches the Holy Roman Emperor Otto IV, a giant of a man driven by a desperate need to secure his own shaky throne. Joining him are the Count of Flanders and the Count of Boulogne, men who were once Philip's vassals, now turned bitter traitors. Their plan is simple and brutal. They will catch France in a pincer, snap its spine, and partition the kingdom like a loaf of bread. Philip sees the trap. He rushes north, his army a coil of steel moving through the dust. He is outnumbered. The contemporary estimates vary wildly, as medieval numbers always do, some claiming hundreds of thousands, which is impossible, but the reality is stark enough. The coalition force is significantly larger, perhaps 3 times the size of the French host. Philip is not looking for a fight, he is looking for a way out. But on the 27th of July, near the bridge of Bouvines, the enemy catches him. It is a Sunday. In the medieval mind, this is a detail of tremendous, terrifying weight. Sunday is the Lord's Day, a day of peace when the shedding of blood is strictly forbidden by the truce of God. To fight on a Sunday is to risk not just your life, but your eternal soul. Philip, ever the legalist, uses this to his advantage. He halts his retreat. He attends Mass in the open field, the soldiers kneeling in the trampled grass, the smell of incense mixing with the smell of horse sweat. He declares that he will not strike the first blow on the Sabbath. He places the moral burden squarely on the Emperor Otto. When the coalition forces appear on the horizon, ignoring the holy day, marching under the banner of the dragon and the eagle, they are not just enemies of France, they are enemies of God. Philip tells his men they are fighting for the church as much as for the crown. It is a masterstroke of psychological warfare. The fear of damnation shifts from the French ranks to the German ones. The battle begins in the afternoon under the sweltering heat. It is a chaotic, grinding collision of heavy cavalry and infantry. The air fills with the deafening clangour of metal on metal, a sound like 1,000 smithies working at once. The dust rises in choking clouds, obscuring vision, turning the battlefield into a confused grey hell. This is not a battle of elegant manoeuvres. It is a rugby scrum with lances. At the centre of the line, the King of France becomes a target. The German knights, realising that killing Philip will end the war instantly, charge directly at him. They break through the French cordon. We zoom in now, slowing the camera to capture the moment the Capetian dynasty almost ends. A German infantryman, wielding a hooked pike, lunges at Philip. The hook catches in the chainmail at the king's throat. He is yanked violently from his saddle. Philip II, Augustus, the architect of France, hits the ground with a bone-jarring crash. He is helpless, a beetle on its back, the hooves of war horses thundering inches from his skull. The enemy knights swarm in, daggers drawn. looking for the chink in his armour that will let the life out. It is a matter of seconds. But the armour holds. It is the best steel money can buy. Philip never skimps on protection. His bodyguards, galvanized by panic, throw themselves over him, hacking wildly at the attackers. One night, Gallon of Montigny waves the royal standard to signal help. The king is hauled back onto his horse, battered, breathless, but alive. The brush with death seems to electrify the French army. They fight with the fury of men who have seen their father threatened. On the other side of the field, the Emperor Otto is not so lucky. The French knights, led by the heroic Gerard, the Sow, a name that perhaps lacks majesty but hides a warrior of immense skill, smash into the imperial guard. They target the emperor's horse. Otto's steed is killed, collapsing under him. The emperor is pulled from the mud by his men. Terrified, he mounts a fresh horse and flees. The sight of the Holy Roman Emperor galloping away from the battle breaks the coalition's spirit. The golden eagle standard, the symbol of imperial might, is captured, toppled into the dirt. The traitorous counts, Ferrand of Flanders and Renaud of Boulogne, are surrounded and taken prisoner. As the sun begins to set, casting long blood-red shadows across the marshes, the noise of battle fades into the groans of the wounded. The field belongs to Philip. The victory at Bouvines is absolute. It is one of the few decisive battles in medieval history where the outcome is not just a temporary advantage, but a permanent shift in the tectonic plates of power. The coalition is shattered. Otto IV falls into obscurity, his power broken. King John of England, humiliated and stripped of his continental allies, returns home to face his angry barons. The weakened John will be forced, just a year later, to sign the Magna Carta, a ripple effect of Philip's victory that shapes the future of English democracy. But for France, the consequences are even more profound. The march back to Paris is a triumph that rivals the processions of ancient Rome. The road is lined with peasants, merchants, and clergy, throwing flowers, waving branches, and chanting Te Deum. They are not just cheering for a feudal lord who won a dispute. They are cheering for France. Historians often point to the Sunday of Bouvines as the birth of French national consciousness. For the first time, the people of the north, the west, and the centre feel bound together by a common victory. The captured counts are paraded in chains, a grim spectacle of royal justice. Count Ferrand is carried in an open cart, the crowds mocking him, shouting that he is now Ferrand in irons. It is cruel, yes, but it is the cruelty of relief. The fear of invasion has been lifted. Philip enters Paris not just as a king, but as a legend. He has done what no Capetian before him could do. He has defeated the combined might of England and Germany. He has tripled the size of the royal domain. He has filled the treasury to bursting. But amidst the celebrations, there is a scholarly note of caution to be struck. A myth has grown around Bouvines, the myth of the militias. Later French historians, eager to find the roots of democracy, often claimed that the battle was won by the peasant militias of the communes, the common people rising up to save the king. The reality, as always, is more nuanced. While the urban militias were present and fought bravely, holding the centre line, the battle was ultimately decided by the heavy cavalry, the professional knights. Yet the myth persists because it feels true emotionally. The king and the people united against the foreign invader. After Bouvines, a strange and beautiful silence settles over the reign of Philip Augustus. He puts down his sword. He never fights another major battle. He spends the last 9 years of his life doing what he loves best, governing. He sits in his palace surrounded by clerks and ledgers, refining the administration, strengthening the University of Paris, and watching the walls of the Louvre rise higher. He has built a state that can function without him, a machine of government that does not rely solely on the charisma of the monarch. He has broken the curse of the fragile monarchy. As he grows old, the king becomes a solitary figure, often seen gazing out at the Seine, perhaps replaying the moment the hook caught his throat, the moment the world tipped on its axis. He knows he has secured the future. His son, Louis, is a grown man, married to Blanche of Castile, a marriage Philip arranged to seal the peace. The succession is safe. When Philip finally dies in 1223, he leaves behind a transformed world. He found Paris a town of mud and wood. He leaves it a city of stone and scholars. He found France a fragmented idea. He leaves it a superpower. The chroniclers call him Augustus, not just as a title, but as a descriptor. The increaser, the majestic. The camera pulls back from the grave at Saint-Denis, rising through the vaulted ceiling, up into the starlit sky of the 13th century. The wind whispers through the gargoyles, carrying the secrets of the Capetians. The foundation is set, the walls are strong, but a house is not just stone, it is the people who live inside it. And now, a new generation is ready to walk the halls, men and women who will take the raw power Philip forged and try to sanctify it. The lion is dead, the fox sleeps, and the saint is waiting to be born. The funeral bells of Saint-Denis have scarcely stopped ringing, their iron tongues falling silent into the cool autumn air of 1223, when a new figure steps forward to claim the mantle of France. Louis VIII is a man who has lived his entire life in the waiting room of history. For 36 years, he stood in the colossal shadow of his father, Philip Augustus, a dutiful son watching the architect build the house he would one day inhabit. Now, he is king. He is often called Louis the Lion, a nickname that suggests a roaring, ferocious vitality. Yet his reign is a mere flicker, a brief, intense burst of light between two long eras of stability. He is the short breath taken by the dynasty before it plunges into the deep waters of the 13th century. There is a profound confidence in his accession, a subtle detail that speaks volumes to those who know the history of the Capetians. Louis VIII is the first king of his line who was not crowned during his father's lifetime. For 2 centuries, the Capetians had anxiously anointed their heirs while they still breathed, terrified of election, terrified of the barons. But now, the tree is so deeply rooted that Philip did not bother. Louis takes the crown by blood, not by precaution. The dynasty has finally arrived. Louis is a man of gaunt features and fierce piety, a warrior monk who lacks the cold calculation of his father, but makes up for it with a burning sense of mission. He is a man who almost wore 2 crowns. It is a chapter often glossed over, but worth remembering as we watch him ascend the French throne. Only a few years prior, in 1216, this same Louis had invaded England at the invitation of the rebel barons who despised King John. He had marched into London, heard the cheers of the citizens at St. Paul's Cathedral, and was proclaimed King of England. For a few surreal months it seemed the Channel would disappear, and the 2 great realms would merge under the Capuchin banner. But history is a game of inches. King John had the good grace to die, and the English barons, fickle as the wind, decided they preferred a child king of their own blood, Henry III, over a French conqueror. Louis was paid to leave, returning to France with heavy bags of silver and a bruised ego. He is a king who knows the taste of almost victory, and it has left him hungry. Now, wearing the crown of France, he turns that hunger south. The unfinished business of the Albigensian crusade calls to him. In the sun-baked lands of Languedoc, the Cathar heresy still thrives, and the local lords, defiant and independent, mock the authority of the north. Louis VIII is not a man for negotiation, he is a man for the sword. In 1226, He launches a massive campaign, leading a royal army down the Rhone Valley. It is a spectacle of medieval power, thousands of knights and foot soldiers moving like a steel river through the lavender and limestone of the south. They arrive at the walls of Avignon. The city, proud and fortified, refuses to open its gates. The siege of Avignon is a brutal affair, fought not just against stone and arrows, but against the summer itself. The heat is oppressive, a physical weight that presses down on the men in their chainmail. The air shimmers with mirages. Flies, the undisputed victors of every medieval war, swarm in black clouds. Dysentery, the bloody flux, begins to stalk the camp. It is a grim, unglamorous reality of kingship. We often imagine kings charging on white horses, but here is Louis, sweating in a tent, listening to the groans of dying men, watching the morale of his army evaporate like water on hot stone. Yet he is stubborn. The lion does not retreat. He waits. He bombards. And finally, after 3 grueling months, Avignon falls. The king rides into the city, triumphant, asserting the dominance of the crown over the independent spirit of the south. It is a crucial victory, one that paves the way for the eventual absorption of Languedoc into France, but it comes at a terrible price. As the army turns back north, the leaves turning to the gold of autumn, the king begins to fail. The sickness of the camp has claimed him. He travels slowly, a pale ghost, in a rattling carriage, too weak to ride. They stop at the castle of Montpensier in the Auvergne. The stone walls are cold, the air thin. Here, a legend arises that perfectly encapsulates the medieval tension between the body and the soul. It is said that the royal physicians, desperate to balance the king's humours, suggested a remedy that to modern ears sounds utterly bizarre, but was rooted in the medical science of the time. They believed that the release of sexual tension would cure him. They supposedly brought a young, beautiful maiden to his bedchamber to tempt the life back into him. But Louis, devoted to his wife Blanche and terrified of committing a mortal sin on his deathbed, refused. He sent the girl away, choosing chastity and death over adultery and life. Whether this is true or merely a hagiographer's polish, it paints the portrait of a man who took his vows with a deadly seriousness. On November 8, 1226, Louis VIII dies. He is 39 years old. He has reigned for only 3 years. In the grand sweep of history, he is a comma, a pause, but his death creates a vacuum that threatens to suck the kingdom back into chaos. He leaves behind a widow, Blanche of Castile, and a son, Louis, who is a boy of only 12. The nightmare of the Middle Ages has returned, a child on the throne. The news of the king's death travels fast, carried by exhausted couriers changing horses at muddy way stations. In the castles of the great barons, the Count of Brittany, the Count of La Marche, the lords who have been chafing under the iron grip of Philip Augustus and the martial strength of Louis VIII, the mood is not one of mourning. It is one of predatory excitement. The wolves smell blood. They see a foreign woman and a small boy, and they sharpen their knives. They believe the time of the strong kings is over. They believe they can turn back the clock to the days of feudal anarchy. But they have miscalculated. They have forgotten that the lion had a mate, and she is far more dangerous than he ever was. As the funeral cortege winds its way north, the black drapes fluttering in the wind, the focus of our story shifts. The brief roar of the lion fades into the silence of the tomb, and in the stillness we hear the rustle of a woman's dress, stiff, unyielding, and white. The regency is about to begin. The Capetian dynasty, which has survived by luck, by marriage, and by war, must now survive by the will of a mother. The sun sets on the short, sharp reign of Louis VIII, leaving the sky bruised and purple, a perfect backdrop for the storm that is coming. The boy king stands by the grave, his hand in his mother's, looking small and fragile. But the hand holding his is not trembling. It is made of iron. The winter of 1226 settles over the kingdom of France, not with a gentle blanket of snow, but with a biting, grey frost that seeps through the thickest fur cloaks. In the corridors of the Louvre, the air is cold and treacherous, alive with the whispers of men who smell blood in the water. The king is dead, and his heir is a child of 12, a boy with large solemn eyes who looks as if a strong wind might blow him away. Standing between this fragile boy and the ravenous wolves of the nobility is a woman draped in the white mourning weeds of a widow. Her name is Blanche of Castile. To the French barons she is a foreigner, a Spanish woman, whom they deride for her accent and her terrifying competence. To history she is the White Queen, a figure of steel wrapped in silk who will become the most powerful woman of the 13th century. The great lords of the realm, men like Peter Mauclerc, the Duke of Brittany, and Hugh of Lusignan, a man who seems to make a career out of treason, rub their hands together in anticipation. They believe the regency is their golden ticket to dismantle the centralized state built by Philip Augustus. They plan to kidnap the boy king, or at least hold the coronation hostage until their demands for land and independence are met. They see a grieving widow. They expect tears. What they get is a thunderstorm. Blanche does not weep. She works. She realizes immediately that time is the enemy. Every day the throne sits empty is a day the rebellion grows. In a move of breathtaking speed, she bundles the young Louis into a carriage and races for Reims, the traditional site of coronation. The roads are dangerous, the forests thick with potential ambushes, but she pushes the convoy relentlessly. She bypasses the rebellious lords, outmaneuvering them on the muddy winter roads, just as her father-in-law had outmaneuvered them on the battlefield. On November 29th, just 3 weeks after his father's death, Louis IX is anointed with the holy oil. The crown is placed on his head, likely slipping a little on his small brow. But it is there. The barons arrive to find the doors locked and the deed done. The king is king, but the coronation is merely the opening move in a deadly game of chess that will last for years. The League of Barons forms, a coalition of the disgruntled and the ambitious, united by a common hatred of the foreign woman. They gather their armies, confident that a woman cannot lead a war. Blanche proves them wrong with a humiliating efficiency. She rides at the head of the army, her presence on the field a shocking breach of gender norms that leaves the chroniclers sputtering in their ink. She does not fight with a sword, but with a weapon far more potent, her mind. She knows that the coalition is a fragile thing, held together by greed, not loyalty. She targets the weak link, Thibaut the Force, the Count of Champagne. Thibaut is a poet, a romantic soul who writes verses about courtly love, and, historically, this is where the drama becomes delicious. He is rumoured to be hopelessly infatuated with Blanche herself. Whether this love was real or merely a literary affectation is a matter of debate, but Blanche plays him like a finely tuned lute. She invites him to court, smiles at him, perhaps listens to a poem or two, and suddenly the Count of Champagne is fighting for the Queen, turning his sword against his former allies. The coalition crumbles in confusion. There is a soft, dark humour in seeing these hardened warlords, who planned to carve up the kingdom, undone because one of their own couldn't resist a royal smile. The barons are furious. They resort to the oldest weapon in politics, slander. They spread rumours that Blanche is the mistress of the papal legate, a cardinal named Romano Bonaventura. They circulate songs in the taverns, claiming she is pregnant with his child. They even accuse her of embezzling royal funds. Blanche ignores it all with an icy grandeur. She knows that power is not about being liked, it is about being obeyed. Throughout this political hurricane, Blanche never forgets her primary task, the moulding of the boy who wears the crown. Her relationship with Louis is one of the most intense and complex mother-son dynamics in history. She is not a coddling mother. She is a blacksmith forging a blade. She dominates his life completely. She chooses his tutors. She oversees his prayers. She sits beside him in council meetings, her voice often ringing out clearer than his. There's a famous, chilling anecdote that defines her parenting style. She tells the young king, "I love you, my clear son, more than anyone, but I would rather see you dead at my feet than that you should commit a single mortal sin." It is a statement of terrifying absolute morality. She is instilling in him a burden of perfection that would crush a lesser soul. She is teaching him that kingship is not a privilege, but a terrifying responsibility before God. She watches him like a hawk, even after he marries Margaret of Provence, a match Blanche arranges, of course. She refuses to let go. Contemporary accounts tell of the Queen Mother patrolling the hallways of the palace to ensure the young couple does not spend too much time together during the day, fearing that excessive intimacy might distract the king from his duties or drain his vitality. One can almost picture the young lovers holding hands, only to scatter like frightened deer at the sound of Blanche's heavy footsteps echoing on the stone. It is a suffocating love, but it is effective. She is creating a saint. As the years of the regency grind on, Blanche wears down the opposition through sheer attrition. She buys off some lords, crushes others, and outlives the rest. By the time Louis comes of age and technically takes the reins of government, the transition is seamless because, in truth, Blanche never really leaves. She transitions from regent to chief advisor, the White Queen always standing just behind the throne, her shadow long and protective. She has saved the Capetian legacy from its most dangerous hour. She has proven that the monarchy is now an institution stronger than any individual man. The barons, exhausted and outwitted, retreat to their castles to lick their wounds. The fire of rebellion flickers and dies, smothered by the heavy velvet of Blanche's dress. The kingdom is at peace, but it is a peace wrought by an iron will. As we move toward the personal rule of Louis IX, we must understand that the saint we are about to meet was made in the fire of this woman's ambition. The noise of the court fades, the angry shouts of the barons silenced, leaving only the sound of a quill scratching on parchment and the quiet, rhythmic prayer of a young king who has learned to fear sin more than death. The camera rests on Blanche's face, stern, unsmiling, yet etched with a fierce pride, before turning to the young man kneeling at the altar, the weight of the crown now fully his own, yet heavy with his mother's expectations. The heavy velvet curtains of the royal court are pulled back, and we step out into the open air, into a scene that has become one of the most enduring images of the French monarchy. It is a summer afternoon in the forest of Vincennes, just east of Paris. The air is warm and smells of dry grass and ancient oak bark. The frantic energy of war and the cold whispers of political intrigue are absent here. Instead, there is a gentle rustling of leaves and the low murmur of human voices. We find Louis IX, now a grown man, sitting not on a gilded throne but on a simple carpet spread over the earth, his back resting against the trunk of a massive oak tree. This is not a pageant. It is a court of law. In a world where justice is usually dispensed by the iron fist of a local lord or the expensive quill of a corrupt clerk, the King of France has made himself available to the shepherd, the merchant, and the widow. He sits in the dappled sunlight, listening. Louis is a striking figure. Contemporary descriptions paint him as tall and slender, with an angelic face that retains a boyish softness even into his adulthood, framed by hair the colour of flax. But if you look closer, Past the royal robes, which he wears with a certain reluctance, you see the signs of a man at war with his own comfort. His eyes are often red from weeping in prayer. His frame is thin from fasting. Underneath the silk, against his skin, he often wears a hair shirt, a garment of rough animal hair designed to irritate the flesh, a constant scratching reminder of the suffering of Christ. This is the paradox of St. Louis, a man who rules with the majesty of an emperor but lives with the humility of a monk. He waves forward a peasant who has a dispute with a wealthy neighbour. The nobles standing around the king might shift uncomfortably, bored by the triviality of the complaint. But Louis listens with a terrifying intensity. He believes that every unjust verdict is a stain on his own soul, a debit in the ledger he will one day present to God. This practice of justice under the oak is more than just a charming anecdote. It is a radical political act. By allowing the common people to bypass the feudal courts and come directly to the king, Louis is silently eroding the power of the barons. He is teaching the people of France that the king is the ultimate protector, the source of all fairness. He is knitting the heart of the nation to the crown. Yet there is a gentle humour to be found in the accounts of his friend and biographer Jean de Joinville. Joinville often describes the king teasing his courtiers, or sitting on the ground so unpretentiously that foreign ambassadors were baffled, wondering if this man in the simple wool hat could really be the most powerful monarch in Europe. Louis would simply smile, offering them a seat on the grass, dismantling their pomp with his quiet confidence. But Louis's piety is not satisfied with mere earthly justice. He hungers for the divine. In the late 1230s, a bizarre opportunity arises. The Latin emperor of Constantinople, Baldwin II, is broke. He is sitting on a throne of debt, desperate for cash to pay his Venetian creditors. He offers to sell the most precious relic in Christendom, the crown of thorns, the very wreath placed on the head of Jesus during the Passion. For Louis, this is not a purchase. It is a rescue mission. He pays an astronomical sum, 135,000 livres. To put this in perspective, it is roughly half the annual income of the French crown. Historians often point out the staggering economic reality. The stone casket he builds to house the crown, the magnificent Sainte-Chapelle, costs only 40,000 livres. The thorns are worth 3 times more than the cathedral of glass built to hold them. The arrival of the crown of thorns in Paris in 1239 is a moment of high drama. Louis removes his royal finery. He strips down to a simple tunic, and barefoot, he carries the relic through the streets. The King of France, walking on the dirty cobblestones, tears streaming down his face, carrying a bundle of dry thorns. It is a piece of political theatre, yes, but it is also deeply, disturbingly sincere. He is transforming Paris into a new Jerusalem, the spiritual centre of the West. He builds the Sainte-Chapelle in the heart of the palace, on the Ile de la Cité, to house his treasure. If you have ever stood inside it, you know it feels less like a building and more like the inside of a jewel. The walls are not stone, they are light. The stained glass rises in soaring sheets of blue and red, telling the history of the world from creation to the arrival of the relics in Paris. It is a masterpiece of Gothic architecture, a lantern of God designed to make the observer feel small and elevated all at once, all at a. However, we must be careful not to let the golden light of the stained glass blind us to the shadows. Louis's intense piety has a razor edge. He is a man of absolute binary morality. If he loves the faithful, he possesses a cold, terrifying intolerance for those he deems enemies of the faith. It is during his reign, under his direct orders, that the first mass burning of the Talmud takes place in Paris in 1242. Cartloads of Jewish holy books seized from homes and synagogues are piled in the Place de Grève and set alight. Louis believes he is cleansing his kingdom of blasphemy. In reality, he is inflicting a deep cultural wound. It is the dark side of the saint, the belief that to love God, one must hate error, and that error has no rights. History struggles to reconcile the king who fed the poor with his own hands and washed the feet of lepers with the king who ordered the destruction of knowledge. He is a man of his time, not ours, and his holiness is wrapped in the fierce, unyielding armour of medieval dogma. As the years of peace stretch on, a restlessness begins to grow in Louis's heart. The oak tree, the justice, the relics, it is not enough. The news from the Holy Land is grim. Jerusalem has fallen again. The Muslim powers are resurgent. Louis falls gravely ill, so ill that one of his ladies-in-waiting thinks he is dead and moves to cover his face with a sheet. But he wakes, and in that fevered threshold between life and death, he makes a vow. If God saves him, he will take the cross. He recovers, and despite the pleadings of his mother, Blanche, who knows that crusades are graveyards for kings, he pins the fabric cross to his shoulder. The saint is going to war. The preparations are meticulous. Louis is not a chaotic adventurer like Richard the Lionheart. He is an administrator. He builds a port on the Mediterranean, Aigues-Mortes, specifically to launch his fleet, because France still has no direct access to a major southern harbour. He stockpiles grain, wine, and gold. He settles disputes at home to ensure the kingdom will not fracture in his absence. He is trying to engineer a holy war with the precision of a master builder. The tragedy, which we can see approaching like a storm on the horizon, is that piety and preparation are no guarantee of victory in the chaotic sands of Egypt. As the section closes, we see Louis standing for the last time under the oak of Vincennes. The sun is setting, casting long shadows across the grass. He touches the rough bark of the tree, a connection to the earth of France he is about to leave. He looks older now, the ascetic life having carved hollows into his cheeks. He believes he is marching toward the ultimate glory of recovering the Holy Sepulchre. He does not know he is marching toward defeat, captivity, and death, but for this moment he is the perfect image of the medieval ideal. The just king, the pious king, the father of his people, confident that God is his co-pilot. The leaves rustle in the evening breeze, whispering a farewell that he cannot hear. The peace of the forest fades as the drums of the crusade begin to beat in the distance, a slow, rhythmic pounding that signals the end of the Golden Age and the beginning of the sorrowful road to Tunis. The wind shifts, carrying us away from the cool, green forests of France across the chopping blue of the Mediterranean to the blinding white sands of the Egyptian delta. The year is 1249. Louis Inuit has arrived in the east, not as a pilgrim, but as the commander of a formidable war machine. At first, it seems as if the heavens are smiling. The city of Damietta falls to the crusaders with barely a struggle. The saint walks through the streets triumphant, but the Nile is a treacherous host. As the army marches south toward Cairo, aiming for the heart of Ayyubid power, the trap closes. At the Battle of Mansoura, arrogance leads to catastrophe. Louis's brother, Robert of Artois, charges recklessly into the narrow streets of the city and is cut down. The French army is surrounded, starving, and ravaged by scurvy. The king himself falls ill, his body wasting away, his gums bleeding, his strength failing. In April 1250, the unthinkable happens. The King of France is captured. He is not taken in a glorious duel, but found in a hut, too weak to stand, attended by a single servant who shoos away the flies. He is clapped in irons. It is the ultimate humiliation for the most Christian king, God's anointed, held for ransom by the infidel. Yet it is here, in the dark belly of a prison, that the legend of St. Louis is truly forged. He does not beg, he does not weep. He treats his captors with such unnerving calm, such regal dignity, that they are reportedly awed by him. When the ransom is negotiated, a colossal sum of 400,000 livres tournois, Louis does not haggle. He agrees to pay it instantly, stating that the King of France does not bargain over his own value. He pays for his men. He offers the city of Damietta for his own person. He is released, a king without a conquest, but with his honour polished to a blinding sheen. Most men would rush home. Louis does not. For 4 years, he remains in the Holy Land, effectively acting as the King of Jerusalem in all but name. He rebuilds the fortifications of Acre, Sidon, and Caesarea. You can still see his stones today, massive and silent against the sea. He walks the streets of these dusty cities, ransoming captives, burying the rotting dead with his own hands, a task his knights find repulsive, but which he performs with a grim, saintly determination. He is doing penance. He believes the failure in Egypt was God's punishment for his own sins, and he is determined to scrub his soul clean with the grit of the Holy Land. He only returns to France in 1254 because the news breaks his heart. His mother, the indomitable Blanche of Castile, is dead. The anchor is gone. He returns to Paris a changed man. The golden years of the early reign are gone. Louis is now gaunt, serious, almost haunted. He dresses simply, abandoning furs and silks for plain wool. He eats little, he laughs less. The kingdom is prosperous, the administration hums with efficiency, but the king's eyes are always turned toward the horizon, toward the unfinished business of God. The Second Crusade, his personal obsession, begins to take shape in the twilight of his life. It is a decision that baffles his court. France is at peace. Why risk it all again? Even his best friend and biographer, Jean de Joinville, refuses to go, telling the king to his face that his duty is to his people, not to a grave in the desert. It is a moment of poignant separation, the saint walking a path his friends cannot follow. In 1267, in a ceremony of solemn pageantry, Louis takes the cross again. He is 53 years old, an old man by medieval standards, physically frail, worn down by fasting and the lingering effects of malaria, but the fire in his spirit burns with a terrifying intensity. This time, the target is not Egypt, but Tunis. Historians still argue fiercely over this decision. Was Louis manipulated by his ambitious younger brother, Charles of Anjou, who had recently become King of Sicily and wanted to crush Tunis for his own political gain? Or did Louis genuinely believe the naive rumour that the Emir of Tunis was on the verge of converting to Christianity, requiring only a gentle push from a French army? The truth is likely lost in the silence of the archives, but the result is a tragedy of Shakespearean proportions. The fleet lands at Carthage in July 1270. It is the height of summer. The sun is a hammer striking the anvil of the earth. The Green Crusade, as it was optimistically called, turns instantly brown and withered. There is no water, the wells are poisoned or dry. The Emir does not convert. He fortifies the city. The French army is camped on the ruins of ancient Carthage, surrounded by dust and heat. And then, the spectre that haunts all armies arrives. Dysentery, it sweeps through the ranks like a scythe. Men die by the hundreds, their bodies piling up faster than they can be buried. The king's son, Jean Tristan, born during the sorrows of the First Crusade, sickens and dies. Finally, the king himself is struck. Louis lies in his tent, the canvas flapping in the hot wind, his body betraying him. The scene is one of excruciating pathos. The man who built the Sainte-Chapelle, who judged under the oak, who ruled the greatest kingdom in Christendom, is reduced to a fevered skeleton on a cot, but even in death, he is the director of his own soul's drama. He asks to be laid out on a bed of ashes, arranged in the shape of a cross. It is the ultimate gesture of humility, dust to dust, ash to ash. He lies there, the rough grit against his skin, murmuring the prayers he has known since childhood. On the night of August 24th, a storm reportedly rises, the wind howling around the camp, perhaps a final protest of the elements. In the early hours of the 25th, Louis whispers his final words. Some say he murmured, "Jerusalem, Jerusalem," his mind wandering back to the city he never reached. Others record his last words as a quote from the Psalms: "I will enter into your house, I will worship at your holy temple and praise your name." At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the precise hour of Christ's death, the breathing stops. The king is dead. The silence in the tent is heavy, broken only by the weeping of his servants, but outside the machinery of the dynasty grinds on without a pause. His son, Philip, is immediately acclaimed King Philip III. He is a man of limited ability, terrified and sick himself, standing over the corpse of a giant. The army is demoralized. The crusade dissolves into a quick negotiation and a retreat. The body of St. Louis is boiled in wine and spices to separate the flesh from the bone, a gruesome but necessary practice to transport the remains back to France. The flesh is buried in Sicily. The bones begin the long, mournful journey to Saint-Denis. As the ship sets sail, leaving the burning sands of Tunis behind, the medieval world seems to turn a page. The age of the crusading kings is effectively over. Louis Normand was the last of the true believers, the last monarch who saw the crown not just as a job, but as a sacrament. He leaves behind a legacy that is almost blinding in its purity. He will be canonized in 1297, the only French king to be made a saint. His reign becomes the Golden Century, a mythical yardstick against which all future kings will be measured and found wanting. The just king has gone to his reward, leaving his kingdom rich, his laws strong, and his descendants burdened with a name that is now too heavy to carry. The sun dips below the Mediterranean horizon, turning the sea the colour of wine, and the darkness rushes in, bringing with it the uncertain future of a dynasty that has lost its moral compass. The funeral cortege that winds its way north from the Mediterranean coast in 1271 is a grim spectacle, a parade of sorrow that seems to stretch for miles. At the head rides the new king, Philip III, a man of 35 whose shoulders seem entirely too narrow for the purple mantle draped across them. He is returning to Paris not with spoils of war, but with a terrifying cargo of coffins. In the lead, hearse, lie the boiled bones of his father, the saint. Behind him follow the remains of his brother-in-law, and tragically his wife. The return from the Eighth Crusade is a harvest of death. Philip is a man walking through a graveyard of his own kin, survivors of a venture that God seemingly abandoned. History has bestowed upon him the epithet le hardi, the bold, but much like the fat for his ancestor, or the pious for his grandfather, it is a label that conceals more than it reveals. Historians still argue whether the name was a tribute to his physical courage in battle, which was undeniable, or an ironic nod to his rash, easily manipulated nature. In truth, Philip is the average king, a competent, mild-mannered man sandwiched between a saint and a tyrant, destined to be the intermission in a drama of giants. The France that Philip III inherits is at the zenith of its medieval prosperity. The coffers are full, the harvests are good, and the reputation of the monarchy is blindingly bright. Yet the man on the throne is essentially a vacuum waiting to be filled. Philip is not a leader. He is a follower looking for a guide. With his father dead, he turns to the strongest personalities in the room. First, there is his uncle, Charles of Anjou, the ruthless king of Sicily who likely steered the crusade to Tunis in the first place. Charles looms over his nephew like a thundercloud, dictating foreign policy and dragging France into his own Italian vendettas. But closer to home, a more intimate, insidious shadow grows. It belongs to a man named Pierre de la Brosse. Pierre is a figure who seems to have stepped out of a satire on court corruption. He began his career as the king's barber surgeon. In the intimate, vulnerable moments of the royal toilette, shaving the king's chin, tending to his ailments, Pierre whispered his way into power. He rose from holding the razor to holding the seal of the chamberlain, becoming the gatekeeper of the realm. It is a classic tale of the favourite, the low-born man who rises too high, sparking the jealous rage of the ancient nobility. They look at Pierre with his silk robes and his influence, and they see an upstart who needs to be swatted. But Philip relies on him. The king is a man who prefers the comfort of familiar voices to the harsh noise of governance. The tragedy of Philip's reign strikes him personally and viciously on the journey home from the crusade. His wife, Isabella of Aragon, a woman he genuinely loved, is pregnant. While crossing a river in Calabria, her horse stumbles on the slick stones. The queen falls. The impact is catastrophic. She goes into premature labour, and both she and the child die. Philip returns to Paris a widower, his heart hollowed out. The bold king is a lonely man. But kings are not allowed to grieve alone for long. He remarries, this time to Marie of Brabant, a woman of sharp intellect and high culture. Marie is not content to be a decorative ornament. She brings with her a new atmosphere of sophistication, patronage of the arts, and political ambition, and she immediately clashes with the barber. The court splits into factions. On one side, the queen and the high nobility. On the other, the favourite, Pierre de la Brosse. The tension simmers until tragedy strikes again. Philip's eldest son, Louis, the heir apparent, dies suddenly and mysteriously. In the 13th century, sudden death is almost always attributed to two things, the will of God or the poison of a rival. Pierre de la Brosse plays a dangerous card. He insinuates that the queen, Marie, poisoned the boy to clear the path for her own children. It is a monstrous accusation, striking at the very heart of the royal family. Philip, confused and grieving, is paralysed by suspicion. He does not know who to trust, the wife who shares his bed or the barber who has guarded his back for years. To solve the mystery, the king does something that feels lifted from a folk tale. He consults a clairvoyant. He sends emissaries to a holy Beguine, a mystic woman living in the north, to ask for the truth. The answer that comes back is cryptic, but damning for the favourite. The queen is innocent. The tide turns. The barons, sensing the barber's protection is gone, pounce. Pierre de la Brosse is arrested. He is not given a trial by his peers. He is simply destroyed. In 1278, the man who once whispered in the king's ear is dragged to the gibbet at Montfaucon and hanged. His body is left to rot on the gallows, a grim wind chime signalling that the era of the low-born favourite is over. It is a gruesome restoration of order, but it leaves Philip looking weak, a king who let his house become a battlefield of gossip. While the court consumes itself, the world outside is changing. The Sicilian Vespers of 1282 shatter the Angevin power in the Mediterranean. The Sicilians rise up against Philip's uncle, Charles of Anjou, slaughtering the French garrisons and handing the island to the King of Aragon. It is a geopolitical earthquake. The Pope, furious at the Aragonese intervention, declares a crusade, not against the infidel in the east, but against the Christian King of Aragon. He offers the crown of Aragon to Philip's son. It is a poisoned chalice, but Philip, ever the obedient son of the church and the helpful nephew to Charles, accepts. The Aragonese Crusade of 1284 is the final mournful act of Philip's life. It is a disaster from start to finish. The French army, a magnificent host of knights and foot soldiers, marches over the Pyrenees. They are not fighting for the Holy Sepulchre, they are fighting for a dynastic title. The spiritual fire that fueled St. Louis is missing, replaced by the cold calculation of land hunger. They besiege Girona. The summer heat, that eternal enemy of the Capetians, rises up to meet them, and once again the bloody flux returns. Dysentery tears through the camp. The army rots in the field. The French fleet is smashed by the Aragonese admiral Roger of Laria. The crusade is a total failure. Philip III, like his father before him, falls ill. But unlike the saint, who died with the name of Jerusalem on his lips, Philip dies in a retreat. He is carried back toward the French border on a litter, shaking with fever, watching his grand army disintegrate into a rabble of sick, dying men. He dies at Perpignan in October 1285, barely 40 years old. He has reigned for 15 years, but he leaves no personal monument, no great law, no enduring victory. He was the caretaker, the bridge over which the monarchy walked from the age of faith to the age of iron. As the king takes his final breath, the camera shifts from the dying man to the figure standing by his bedside. It is his son, Philip. He is 17 years old. He is tall, incredibly handsome, with eyes of an icy, pale blue that seem to never blink. He does not weep. He does not pray with the fervour of his grandfather. He watches the death of his father with a terrifying silent composure. This is Philip IV, known to history as the fair, La Belle, but his beauty is that of a marble statue, cold and unyielding. He looks at the mess his father has made, the failed crusade, the power of the church, the unruly neighbours, and he decides in the quiet of that death chamber that things will change. The era of the good kings is over. The era of the state has begun. The wind blows down from the Pyrenees, chilling the sweat on the dead king's brow. But the new king does not shiver. He turns his back on the body and walks out of the tent into the harsh light of a new colder dawn. The air in the royal palace has changed. It is no longer the incense-laden atmosphere of St. Louis, nor the dusty martial air of the early crusaders. It is a cold, sterile vacuum, silent as a crypt, yet humming with a terrifying new energy. We've entered the reign of Philip IV, known to history as the fair, La Belle, because of his extraordinary physical beauty. He is described by contemporaries as a living statue, a man of pale marble skin and unblinking blue eyes, possessing a stillness that unnerved everyone who stood before him. One bishop, after a particularly chilling audience, famously remarked, "He is not a man, he is a beast, he is an image." Another critic, the Bishop of Pamiers, muttered that the king was like an owl, the most beautiful of birds, but worth nothing. He can only stare at people. This historical debate still rages in the quiet corners of academia. Was Philip a silent genius who directed his kingdom with a subtle nod, or was he a beautiful, empty vessel manipulated by his ruthless ministers? As we watch him sit on his throne, motionless, while the world turns around him, the answer seems to lie in the results. Whether puppet or master, the Iron King presides over the birth of the modern state, a monster forged from ink, law, and cold indifference. Philip surrounds himself not with the great feudal lords of the past, men of blood and honour, but with a new breed of creature, the legists. These are lawyers, men of humble origin, like Guillaume de Nogaret and Enguerrand de Marigny, who owe everything to the king. They are the sharks of the administration. They do not care about chivalry, they care about precedent, Roman law, and the absolute sovereignty of the crown. They whisper in Philip's ear that the king is emperor in his own kingdom, answering to no one on earth, not even the Pope. This is a radical, dangerous idea in the year 1300, a tectonic shift that threatens to tear the fabric of medieval Christendom apart. But building a state is expensive. Philip is perennially, desperately broke. His wars with England and Flanders drain the treasury faster than taxes can refill it. He turns to creative, desperate measures. He becomes the false minter, recalling the silver coins and reissuing them with less precious metal, effectively robbing his subjects by devaluing their money. It is the medieval equivalent of running the printing presses until the currency is worthless. The people of Paris riot, their savings vanishing in their pockets. In a supreme irony that history surely savours, the king is forced to flee the Louvre and take refuge in the headquarters of the Knights Templar, the very fortress he will later destroy. He sits there, safe behind the walls of the warrior monks, watching the fires of the mob, his face impassive, calculating the cost of survival. His hunger for gold leads him to target the vulnerable. He arrests the Lombard bankers. He expels the Jews in 1306, seizing their property and stripping them of their assets in a brutal act of state-sponsored theft. But these are merely appetizers. The main course, the only power rich enough to satisfy the needs of the French state, is the church itself. This sets the stage for a collision of titans. In Rome sits Pope Boniface VIII. A man as arrogant, hot-tempered, and ambitious as Philip is cold and silent. Boniface believes in the supreme authority of the papacy, the idea that the Pope holds both the spiritual and temporal swords. When Philip begins to tax the French clergy to fund his wars without papal permission, Boniface explodes. He issues the bull Clericis Laicos, forbidding taxation of the church. Philip retaliates by cutting off the flow of gold and silver from France to Rome, effectively starving the Vatican. It is a trade war played with spiritual weapons. The conflict escalates into a propaganda battle that would feel familiar to any modern spin doctor. Philip's lawyers circulate forged letters, mocking the Pope, calling him a heretic, a sodomite, and a sorcerer. They convene the First Estates General in 1302, a gathering of nobles, clergy, and burghers, specifically to rally national sentiment against Rome. For the first time, France is framed not just as a kingdom, but as a victim of foreign interference. Boniface, pushed to the brink, plays his final card. He issues Unam's Sanctum, one of the most famous and extreme declarations of papal power in history, stating that it is absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature be subject to the Roman pontiff. He prepares to excommunicate Philip. In the medieval game, this is usually checkmate, but Philip flips the board. He decides that if the Pope acts like a king, he can be defeated like a king. He dispatches his master of dirty work, Guillaume de Nogaret, on a secret mission to Italy. Nogaret does not carry a message. He carries a small army of mercenaries and a heart full of malice. The scene that unfolds at Anagni in September 1303 is the death knell of the medieval papacy. Nogaret and his men, aided by the Pope's Italian enemies, the Colonna family, storm the papal summer palace. They break down the doors, fighting through the halls until they reach the throne room. There sits Boniface VIII, an old man of 86, dressed in his full pontifical robes, clutching the cross, waiting for martyrdom. Legend tells us that Sciarra Colonna, in a fit of rage, slapped the Pope across the face with his gauntleted hand. The slap of Anagni echoes across Europe. It is a physical violation of the Vicar of Christ that was unimaginable a century before. Nogaret does not kill him, but he holds him prisoner, subjecting him to 3 days of humiliation. Although the people of Anagni eventually rise up and free the Pope, the damage is done. Boniface, broken in spirit and body, dies a month later supposedly gnawing on his own hands in a fit of madness and despair. Philip has won. He has not just defeated a pope, he has broken the spell of the papacy. The next pope, Benedict XIV, dies mysteriously after a short reign, some say by poisoned figs, a soft, sweet weapon. Philip then manoeuvres to ensure the election of a Frenchman, Clement d'Artigues. In a final triumph of the French state, Clement refuses to go to Rome. He settles the papal court in Avignon, a city on the border of France, in 1309. Thus begins the Babylonian captivity of the Church. For the next 70 years, the popes are essentially chaplains to the King of France, living in a gilded cage, their policies dictated by the silent man in Paris. The victory leaves Philip IV as the undisputed master of his realm. The Iron King sits in his palace, the machinery of his government humming quietly. He has crushed the spiritual power that dared to challenge him. He has proven that the king is the only law in France. But the treasury is still empty. The wars in Flanders are a bleeding ulcer. The French knights were humiliated at the Battle of Courtrai by Flemish militia. Their golden spurs hung up in church rafters as trophies of shame. Philip needs money. He looks out from his high window, his blue eyes scanning the city, and they settle on the temple, the fortress where he once hid, the home of the bankers of the Crusades, the guardians of a massive, secretive fortune. The Templars helped him when he was desperate, but gratitude is an emotion, and Philip does not do emotions. He does arithmetic. The order is rich, they are arrogant, and they are exempt from his laws. To the legal mind, they are an anomaly. To the bankrupt king, they are a harvest. As this section fades, we feel the chill of the state descending. The warmth of the personal monarchy is gone. There is no justice under the oak here. There is only the justice of the sealed writ and the dungeon. The king is a terrifying abstraction, a force that moves pieces on a board with no regard for the human cost. The candle flame does not flicker. It stands straight and still in the dead air. The shadows lengthen toward Friday, the 13th of October, 1307, a date that will burn itself into the collective memory of the West. The Iron King lifts his hand, and the pen touches the parchment, signing a warrant that will extinguish a legend. The dawn of Friday, October 13th, 1307, breaks over France with a silence that feels unnatural, a held breath before a scream. It is a date that will scar the collective memory of the West, birthing a superstition that lingers in the cracks of our own modern sidewalks. But on this morning, it is simply a masterpiece of administrative violence in bailiwicks and seneschalties across the kingdom. From the mist-shrouded coasts of Normandy to the sun-baked vineyards of Languedoc, royal officials break the wax seals on secret orders they have held for a month. The instructions are identical, the timing precise. At the exact same moment, the king's men strike. They hammer on the doors of the Knights Templar commanderies, dragging thousands of warrior monks from their beds. There is no resistance. The Templars, the fiercest soldiers of Christendom, the men who charged the lines of Saladin and held the castles of the East, are taken without drawing a sword. They are stunned. They are the bankers of the Pope, the friends of kings, the untouchable guardians of the Holy Land. To be arrested by the King of France is a violation of reality, a nightmare from which they expect to wake. But the chains are cold, and the dungeons are very real. Philip IV has not just arrested a few men, he has decapitated a transnational corporation, sir. It is the first police state operation in European history, a feat of logistical coordination that would be impressive in the age of the telegraph, let alone the age of the horse. The architect of this raid is, of course, Guillaume de Nogaret, the man who slapped a pope. He understands that to destroy a holy order you cannot just accuse them of greed, that is too human. You must accuse them of something so monstrous, so inverted, that it shuts down the rational mind of the public. The charges released to the bewildered population are designed to provoke visceral disgust. The king claims that during their secret initiation rites, the Templars deny Christ, spit on the cross, and exchange obscene kisses on the navel and the base of the spine. He accuses them of worshipping a bearded idol named Baphomet, a word that scholars still argue over, with some suggesting it is a corruption of Mahomet, implying a secret conversion to Islam, while others see it as a Gnostic cipher for wisdom. The psychological shock is absolute. Imagine the modern world waking up to find the Red Cross accused of devil worship. The people are paralysed by the horror of the accusations. Philip, ever the master of propaganda, speaks not as a king seizing assets, but as a weeping defender of the faith, claiming he acts only to cut the gangrenous limb from the body of the church. He invites the Dominicans, the hounds of the Lord, to enter the cells. The torture begins. It is not the clean, swift justice of the sword. It is the slow, agonizing dismantling of the human spirit. In the dark cellars of Paris, the rack and the strappado do their work. The Templars, many of whom are old men who have spent their lives fighting for God, are broken. They confess. They admit to spitting on the cross. They admit to the idol. They admit to anything to stop the pain. Grand Master Jacques de Molay, the godfather of the order, is among them. He is an old soldier, tired and confused, a man of the sword, not the courtroom. Under the pressure of the king's inquisitors, he cracks. He confesses to the charges, a moment of weakness that will haunt him for the rest of his days. The confession of the Grand Master is the smoking gun Philip needed. It validates the raid. It makes the impossible seem true. Across Europe, other monarchs watch in stunned silence. Edward II of England initially refuses to believe the charges, calling them absurd, but the pressure from France is relentless. The Pope, Clement V, is in an impossible position. He is the theoretical protector of the order, but he is also the physical captive of the French king. Recent discoveries in the Vatican archives have shed a tragic light on Clement's struggle. The Chinon parchment, lost for centuries and only published in 2001, reveals that the Pope actually absolved the Templar leadership of heresy in a secret inquiry. He realized that the spitting on the cross was likely a crude hazing ritual, a test of obedience designed to simulate what a knight might face if captured by Saracens. It was military theatre, not devil worship, but Clement is too weak to save them. Philip ignores the Pope's absolution. He wants the gold, and he wants the order destroyed. The legal limbo drags on for 7 agonizing years. The Templars rot in prison. Many die of starvation or accidental injuries. Those who try to recant their confessions to defend the order are dragged out and burned as relapsed heretics, a terrifying legal trap that seals their silence. Finally, the end comes on a damp March day in 1314. The stage is set on a small muddy island in the Seine, the Ile des Juifs, in the shadow of the royal gardens. A pyre is built. Jacques de Molay and Geoffroy de Charnay, the preceptor of Normandy, are brought out to hear their final sentence, life imprisonment. But something snaps in the old Grand Master. Standing before the cardinals and the crowds, looking at the Notre Dame Cathedral across the water, he finds his courage. He interrupts the reading. He shouts to the crowd that he is guilty of only one thing, lying to save his own life. He declares the order of the temple is innocent, holy and pure. The crowd gasps. The cardinals are flustered. But Philip, watching from his palace window like a stone gargoyle, does not hesitate. He orders them burned immediately without a trial as relapsed heretics. As the sun sets, the fires are lit. The flames curl up around the old men. And here, history and myth collide in a moment of cinematic perfection. Legend and indeed some contemporary chroniclers, record that as the fire consumed him, Jacques de Molay screamed a curse through the smoke. He called out to his tormentors, Pope Clement of Fife and King Philip IV, summoning them to appear before the tribunal of God within the year. "Clement, Philip, I summon you." The voice is said to have risen above the crackle of the wood, terrifying the spectators who crossed themselves and hurried home in the twilight. Whether the words were spoken exactly so, or whether they were a retrospective invention to explain what happened next, is almost irrelevant. The power of the curse lies in its fulfillment. The aftermath is swift and eerie. Pope Clement V dies just a month later, his body supposedly left alone in a church that catches fire, scorching his corpse. And then the Iron King himself. In November of that same year, 1314, Philip IV is hunting in the forest of Halate. He is 46 years old, in the prime of his cold, terrifying power. A stag bursts from the brush. The king's horse is startled, or perhaps the king suffers a stroke. The cause remains a medical mystery. He collapses. He is carried back to Fontainebleau, unable to speak, the man of iron reduced to a helpless invalid. He lingers for weeks, dying by inches, much like the men he tortured. On November 29th, Philip the Fair breathes his last. The curse of the Templars has seemingly struck true. The death of Philip IV marks the shattering of the facade. The Iron King leaves behind a kingdom that looks strong but is internally fractured, exhausted by taxes and demoralized by scandal. He leaves 3 adult sons, Louis, Philip, and Charles, seemingly ensuring the dynasty's future for generations. The Capetian miracle of father-to-son succession has never failed them. But the curse of the Grand Master is not done. It is not just about the death of a king, it is about the death of a line. As the smoke clears from the Ile des Juifs, it drifts over a royal house that is about to enter a dark tunnel of adultery, incompetence, and death. The people of Paris whisper that the accursed kings are doomed. The wind blows the ashes of the Templars into the Seine, carrying them out to sea, but the stain remains on the conscience of the monarchy. The sun sets on the age of the great builders and enters the age of the destroyers. The curse of the Templars, if indeed it was a curse, did not wait for the grave to begin its work. It struck first at the very womb of the dynasty. We find ourselves in the spring of 1314, months before the king's death, standing in the shadow of the Tour de Nesle. This ancient guard tower stands on the left bank of the Seine, its feet washed by the dark waters of the river, its stone walls thick and secretive. By day, it is a piece of military infrastructure. By night, it is the stage for a scandal so explosive it will shatter the Capetian succession and plunge France into a century of war. The protagonists of this tragedy are the 3 daughters-in-law of Philip the Fair, the wives of his 3 handsome sons. There is Marguerite of Burgundy, the wife of the eldest son Louis, and her cousins, the sisters Blanche and Joan of Burgundy, married to the younger sons Charles and Philip. They are young, beautiful, and bored. They live in a court dominated by a father-in-law who is as cold as a statue, and husbands who are either dull, weak, or obsessed with their own importance. The princesses seek warmth, and they find it in the arms of 2 brothers, knights of the royal household, Gautier and Philippe d'Aunay. The affair is reckless, almost suicidal in its audacity. It is said that the lovers meet in the Tour de Nesle under the cover of darkness, drinking wine and laughing while the king sleeps just across the river in the Louvre. It is a betrayal of the highest order, not just of marriage vows, but of the state itself. Adultery in a royal wife is treason, for it introduces the terrifying possibility of a bastard sitting on the throne of France. The Capetian miracle relies on the purity of the bloodline, and these women are gambling with the DNA of the monarchy. For a time, the secret holds. The courtiers whisper, but no one dares to speak the truth to the Iron King. It takes an outsider, a woman of equal steel, to light the fuse. Enter Isabella of France, the daughter of Philip the Fair and the Queen of England. Isabella, later known as the She-Wolf, is visiting her father in Paris. She is a sharp-eyed observer, trained in the same school of silence as her father. During a festivity, her gaze lands on the belts of the Daunay brothers. She sees something that makes her blood run cold. Hanging from their waists are embroidered purses, distinctive, precious arms purses that she herself had gifted to her sisters-in-law months before. In the language of courtly love, giving a personal token, like a purse or a sleeve, is a declaration of favour. For the knights to wear them openly is a staggering act of arrogance or stupidity. Isabella says nothing in the moment, but she goes to her father. She whispers the poison into the king's ear. The purses are the smoking gun. Philip the Forstall, who crushed the Templars and defied the Pope, now faces the humiliation of his own house. His reaction is swift and terrible. He unleashes the full, crushing weight of the state apparatus upon his own family. He orders a secret investigation. Spies watch the tower. The movements of the princesses are tracked. And then the trap snaps shut. The Daunay brothers are arrested, likely expecting a reprimand or a fine. Instead, they are dragged to the torture chamber. Under the question, the romance dissolves into agony. They confess to everything, claiming the affairs had gone on for 3 years. The revelation is a bomb detonating in the heart of the court. The 3 princesses are arrested at the Abbey of Malbuisson. It is a scene of high melodrama. The royal guards surrounding the women, who were destined to be queens, stripping them of their jewels, their silks, and their dignity. Marguerite and Blanche are found guilty of adultery. Joan is acquitted of the act itself, but found guilty of being an accomplice, of knowing and saying nothing. And the punishment of the Daunay brothers is designed to be a piece of theatre that will terrify the soul of the nation. It takes place in the market square of Pontoise. The execution is one of the most gruesome in French history, a calculated display of what happens when you touch the sacred vessels of the monarchy. The chroniclers spare no detail, and while we must turn the camera away from the worst of it, the horror is palpable. The brothers are castrated, their bodies flayed, and finally broken on the wheel before being beheaded. Their broken bodies are hung on the gibbet for the birds. It is medieval justice in its most savage form, a cleansing of the stain through blood. The king watches, or ensures it is done, sending a message that no one, no matter how close to the family, is exempt from the king's wrath. For the women, the punishment is a living death. Marguerite and Blanche are shorn of their hair, dressed in rough sackcloth, and driven in a black wagon to the Chateau Gaillard, the grim fortress built by Richard the Lionheart. They are cast into a damp, underground cell, exposed to the wind and the cold. Marguerite, the wife of the heir, the woman who would have been Queen of France, will not survive the winter. She dies in her cell within the year, likely of pneumonia or perhaps a broken spirit, though dark rumours persist that she was strangled to clear the way for Louis to remarry. Blanche lingers on for years, a broken ghost in the dark. Joan, the accomplice, is treated slightly better. She is imprisoned, but eventually released. Her husband Philip, the future Philip VI, arguing for her return, perhaps out of affection, or perhaps because he needed her vast inheritance of Burgundy. The Tour de Nazle affair is not just a tabloid scandal, it is a dynastic catastrophe. The legitimacy of the succession is now fatally compromised. Marguerite has a daughter, Joan. Is she the daughter of Prince Louis, or is she the bastard spawn of a traitor? No one can be sure. This doubt is a poison that will seep into the groundwater of French politics. When Louis eventually becomes king, the question of his daughter's rights will lead to the revival of the Salic law, barring women from the throne to ensure that no bastard ever wears the crown. The scandal also breaks the spirit of the old king. Philip IV, already worn down by his wars and his conscience, seems to shrink after the arrests. The Iron King has been rusted by the tears of his family. He dies only months later, leaving his 3 sons to inherit a throne that has been soiled. The atmosphere in Paris following the scandal is toxic. The people mock the royal family in street songs. The prestige of the Capetians, so carefully built up by St. Louis, is dragged through the mud. The 3 sons, Louis, Philip, and Charles, are now unmarried or estranged, without male heirs, and tainted by cuckoldry. They walk the halls of the Louvre like cursed men. The curse of Jacques de Molay seems to be working with terrifying efficiency. As the section closes, we see the grim silhouette of the Chateau Gaillard rising above the Seine valley, the wind howling around its towers. Inside, in the dark, a woman who was once a princess shivers on a straw mat, listening to the river that carried her lover's ashes away. The Capetian miracle is over. The Capetian tragedy has begun. The king is dead. Long live the... well, no one is quite sure who comes next, or if they are even truly of the king's blood. The foundation of the monarchy, the certainty of the bloodline, has been cracked, and through that crack, the 100 Years' War will eventually pour in. The sky above France in the year 1315 is not blue. It is a bruised, relentless grey. The sun seems to have abandoned the world, retreating behind a curtain of leaden clouds that weep without ceasing. We enter the reign of Louis VI, the eldest son of the Iron King, but we do not find the splendour of the court. We find mud. It is everywhere. It sucks at the boots of the knights, it swallows the wheels of the carts, and it rots the grain in the fields. History remembers this time as the beginning of the Great Famine, a climatic catastrophe that marks the end of the warm medieval period and the onset of the Little Ice Age. For the people of France, it feels like the apocalypse. The rain falls for months on end, cold, soaking biblical rain that turns the roads into rivers and the fields into swamps. In this waterlogged world, Louis VI tries to rule, earning himself the nickname Le Hutin, the quarrelsome or the headstrong. It is a name that suggests a man who is always fighting but rarely winning. He is a king of nervous energy, a man who inherited his father's crown but not his father's terrifying stillness. He is small, wiry, and constantly in motion, thrashing against the currents of his time, like a drowning swimmer. Louis inherits a kingdom that is financially ruined and politically explosive. The death of Philip the Fair has lifted the lid on a boiling pot of resentment. The nobles, who had cowered before the Iron King, now rise up in leagues, demanding the return of their ancient feudal rights. They want to hang the lawyers, burn the tax rolls, and go back to the good old days when a duke was a king in his own castle. Louis, desperate and broke, is forced to play a humiliating game of whack-a-mole, granting charters and making concessions just to keep the kingdom from fragmenting. He sacrifices his father's faithful servant, Enguerrand de Marigny, to the wolves. Marigny, the financial wizard who had kept the state afloat, is accused of sorcery because in the 14th century, balancing the budget is apparently magic, and hanged on the gibbet of Montfaucon, his body left to swing in the rain as a peace offering to the angry barons. But Louis's most pressing problem is not the barons, it is his wife. Marguerite of Burgundy is still alive, shivering in the dungeon of Chateau Gaillard. As long as she lives, Louis is trapped. He cannot produce a new heir, he cannot secure the succession. The scandal of the Tour de Nesle has left him a cuckold in the eyes of Europe, married to a woman convicted of adultery. He needs a new wife, and he needs her yesterday. He sets his sights on Clementia of Hungary, a princess of unparalleled beauty and pedigree. But there is the inconvenience of the existing queen. In a turn of events that feels grimly inevitable, Marguerite dies in her cell in April 1315. Was it the cold? Was it the bloody flux? Or was it a pair of strong hands and a silken cord sent from Paris? The chroniclers whisper the word strangled, but the stones of Chateau Gaillard keep their secrets. Louis does not mourn. He marries Clementia just months later, the wedding bells ringing out over a starving, rain-lashed kingdom. The famine deepens. The crops rot in the ground. The price of bread skyrockets. In the streets of Paris, the poor are dying in doorways, their mouths stained green from eating grass. The wolves, emboldened by hunger, creep closer to the city walls. It is a time of profound misery, a winter of the world that tests the faith of the most pious. The church prays for sun, but the rain keeps falling. In this atmosphere of desperation, Louis decides that what the kingdom really needs is a glorious war. He looks to Flanders, the wealthy, rebellious province that had humiliated his father. He gathers a massive army, the flower of French chivalry, and marches north. But the weather fights for the Flemish. The roads are impassable. The horses sink to their bellies in the mire. The supply wagons are lost in the sludge. The great campaign, intended to restore Capetian honour, becomes a farce known as the Muddy Army, Lost Boueux. The King of France sits in a tent, surrounded by a sea of brown slime, watching his expensive army dissolve into a wet, hungry rabble without ever fighting a battle. He is forced to retreat, his tail between his legs, his treasury emptier than before. It is a humiliation that eats at him. Louis is a man who desperately wants to be great, to be the Lionheart, but the universe keeps handing him a mop. He returns to the Chateau of Vincennes, restless and agitated. It is June 1416. The rain has finally paused, allowing a brief sweltering heatwave to descend on the Ile-de-France. The king, seeking release from his frustrations, engages in his favourite sport, jeu de paume, the ancestor of tennis. It is a fast, brutal game, played in an enclosed court, and Louis plays with a frantic intensity, throwing his body around the court, sweating profusely in the stifling heat. He plays for hours, exhausting himself, his face flushed, his heart pounding. When the match is over, dripping with sweat and overheating, he retires to a cool cellar to rest. He calls for wine. A servant brings him a goblet of dragé wine, spiced, sweetened, and chilled with ice from the royal ice house. The king drinks deeply, gulping down the freezing liquid. It is a moment of sensory shock, the icy wine hitting the overheated stomach. Almost immediately, he collapses. A fever seizes him. The royal physicians swarm around his bed, bleeding him, purging him, offering prayers and poultices. But the quarrelsome king is fighting his last argument. Is it pneumonia? Is it pleurisy? Or is it, as the dark whispers suggest, a slow-acting poison administered by a rival faction? The curse of the Templars is on everyone's lips. Louis the Mek dies on June 5th, 1316. He is only 26 years old. His reign has lasted less than 2 years, a blink of an eye in the long history of the Capetians. But in his dying, he leaves behind a chaotic puzzle that threatens to destroy the dynasty completely. He leaves a daughter, Joan, whose legitimacy is tainted by the Tour de Nesle scandal. Is she a Capetian, or is she the daughter of the traitor D'Aunay? And more importantly, he leaves a pregnant widow. Queen Clementia is carrying a child. If it is a boy, the dynasty is saved. If it is a girl, the crisis explodes. The kingdom hangs in suspension. For the first time in over 300 years, there is no king on the throne of France. There is only a womb. The fate of the nation rests on the unborn child of a grieving queen. Louis's brother, Philip, tall, intelligent, and ambitious, appoints himself regent, positioning himself to catch the crown if it falls. The court waits. The people wait. The rain begins to fall again, washing away the memory of the tennis match, the mud of Flanders, and the short, unhappy life of Louis the Quarrelsome. He was a king of transition, a man who walked across a bridge of rotten wood and fell through. As we stand by his deathbed, the candle flickering in the draughty hall of Vincennes, we feel the weight of the silence. It is not the peaceful silence of closure. It is the breathless silence of a coin tossed in the air, spinning, waiting to land. The Capetian miracle, the unbroken line of father to son, is holding by a thread. The physicians cover the king's face. Outside, the bells of Paris begin to toll, a mournful, heavy sound that rolls over the wet rooftops. The king of mud is dead. The king of the womb is waiting to be born. The courtiers glance at Philip, the regent, seeing the hunger in his eyes. The game is not over. It has just become deadly. The darkness of the room seems to press in, heavy with the scent of sickness and rain, as the history of France pauses, holding its breath for the cry of a baby that will decide the fate of millions. The autumn leaves of 1316 lie rotting on the cobblestones of Paris, mirroring the decay of certainty within the royal palace. The kingdom of France is holding its breath, eyes fixed on the swelling belly of the widowed Queen Clementia. It is a macabre vigil. The entire machinery of the state has ground to a halt, suspended in a biological limbo. If the child is a boy, the Capetian line continues, and the nightmare of the succession crisis is averted. If it is a girl, the abyss opens. Presiding over this tense interregnum is Philip, the brother of the late Louis VI. He is a man of striking contrast to his deceased sibling, tall, slender, and possessed of a sharp, calculating intelligence that reminds the older courtiers of the Iron King himself. Philip styles himself merely as regent, but every move he makes, securing the treasury, placing his own men in key positions, courting the favour of the barons, screams of a man measuring the crown for his own head. He waits like a panther in the shadows of the nursery, watching the hourglass run out. On the night of November 15th, the cry is heard. A child is born. It is a boy. The relief that washes over the court is palpable, a collective exhale that rattles the stained glass. The bells of Notre Dame ring out in a joyous, frantic peal. The infant is named John, Jean Beaupierre. History, with its penchant for cruel irony, will bestow upon him a title that reads like a ghost story, Jean le Posthume, John the Posthumous. For a brief, shimmering moment, he is the King of France. He is the tiniest monarch in European history, a baby wrapped in swaddling clothes who holds the fate of millions in his small, grasping hands. Philip the Regent steps back, outwardly bowing to his nephew, but his eyes remain cold. He knows, as all medieval men know, that infant mortality is the reaper that walks through every nursery, royal or peasant, and the reaper does not wait long. 5 days later, the silence returns. The baby king dies. The joy of the kingdom is extinguished like a candle in a gale. The suddenness of the death sends a shockwave of suspicion through Paris. Whispers, poisonous, dark, and persistent, begin to circulate. Did the regent aid the reaper? Did Philip press a pillow over the face of the sleeping babe, or prick him with a poisoned pin? There is no proof, only the damning convenience of the tragedy. Philip does not waste time mourning. The moment the infant's heart stops, Philip stops being the regent. He declares himself king. But there is an obstacle, and her name is Joan. She is the daughter of the late Louis VIII and his first wife Marguerite of Burgundy. By all the laws of proximity and blood that have governed feudal inheritance for centuries, she should be queen. She is the direct descendant of the last undisputed king. Her uncle, the Duke of Burgundy, stands ready to fight for her rights, seeing a chance to place his niece on the throne and rule through her. Philip faces a crisis that strikes at the very soul of the monarchy. Can a woman rule France? There is no law saying she cannot. There is only custom, and custom is a flimsy shield against a determined army. Philip V, however, is not a warrior. He is a politician of the highest caliber. He knows he cannot win this solely on the battlefield. He must win it in the mind of the nation. He moves with a ruthless speed that blurs the lines between a coup and a coronation. He rushes to Rheims, forcing the cathedral doors to open. On January 9th, 1317, he is crowned Philip V, the Tall. The ceremony is hasty, the cathedral half empty, the gates guarded by his own soldiers to keep out the dissenters. He has the crown, but he lacks the legitimacy. He needs a legal weapon to kill the claim of his niece once and for all. To forge this weapon, Philip convenes a grand assembly in Paris in February 1317. He summons the greatest legal minds, the doctors of the university, the peers of the realm, and the burghers of the towns. It is a piece of political theatre designed to dress up naked ambition in the robes of ancient wisdom. The lawyers, undoubtedly coached by Philip's inner circle, dig deep into the archives of the Dark Ages. They blow the dust off a forgotten legal code of the Salian Franks, a tribe that lived 1,000 years prior. They find a clause, title likes, Dialodius, which states that regarding the inheritance of Salic land, no portion may pass to a female. It must belong to the male line. It is a stunning act of legal alchemy. The clause originally referred to private property, to small plots of mud and farmland, not to the crown of the most powerful kingdom in Christendom. It was never intended to regulate royal succession. But Philip's lawyers twist the text, elevating a tribal custom into a divine constitutional principle. They argue that the Kingdom of France is the ultimate Salic land. They blend this with a dash of misogynistic theology, quoting the Gospels, "The lilies of the field do not spin. Since spinning is women's work, and the lily is the symbol of France, ergo women cannot hold the lily." It is a syllogism that would be laughable if it were not so effective. The assembly, cowed by Philip's power and bribed by his promises, nods in agreement. They solemnly declare that a woman does not succeed to the kingdom of France. With the stroke of a quill, the Salic law is born. It is the invention of a tradition, a retroactive justification for a usurpation. Joan is disinherited. The Duke of Burgundy is bought off with a marriage alliance and a pile of gold. Philip V is secure. But in his haste to bar his niece, Philip has unwittingly laid a trap for his own house. By establishing the principle that blood rights cannot pass to or through a woman, he has handed a sword to the future enemies of France. He has codified the exclusion that will eventually trigger the 100 Years' War. For if a woman cannot transmit the claim, then the English kings, who will claim the throne through their Capetian mothers, are legally barred. Secure on his throne, Philip Chapuisat proves to be a surprisingly effective ruler. He is the true heir to his father's administrative genius. He is a tireless worker, a king who standardizes weights and measures, reorganizes the treasury, and tries to heal the wounds of the famine. He tours the country, listening to grievances, trying to restore the good customs of St. Louis. He is intelligent, pragmatic, and seemingly destined for a long golden reign. He brings a sense of order back to the chaotic court. He loves his wife Joan of Burgundy, the sister of the adulterous Blanche, and controversially brings her back to court, rehabilitating her reputation. It seems the Capetian tragedy might be pausing, but the curse is patient. It does not need wars, it only needs biology. Philip V reigns for 6 years, a time of recovery and stabilisation. But in 1322, the familiar shadow falls. The king falls ill with a quartan fever and dysentery, the scourge of his family. He wastes away at the Abbey of Longchamp. And as he lies dying, the terrible irony of his life's work becomes clear. He fought the world to prove that a woman cannot inherit the throne. He twisted the law, alienated his family, and set a dangerous precedent, all to ensure the male line. And yet, as he looks at the faces gathered around his deathbed, he sees only daughters. Philip V has 4 daughters. He has no surviving sons. The very law he resurrected to steal the crown from his niece now rises up to steal it from his own children. His daughters are barred from the succession by the Salic law he championed. The crown must pass to his younger brother, Charles. It is a Greek tragedy of perfect mathematical cruelty. The king dies on January 3rd, 1322, at the age of 29. He is buried at Saint-Denis, leaving behind a well-governed kingdom and a succession law that has become a cage for his dynasty. The camera lingers on the closed book of the Salic law resting on a table. In the empty council chamber, the dust motes dancing in the shaft of light. It is a small thing, ink on parchment, but it is heavier than any sword. The door opens, and the last of the brothers steps in. Charles IV, the final hope of the direct line, walks toward the throne. He is handsome, he is weak, and he is the last man standing. The year 1322 opens with a cold, pale light falling across the face of the last Capetian brother. Charles IV ascends the throne, the third son of the Iron King, to wear the crown in the span of just 8 years. He is a man of striking physical beauty, inheriting the marble-like features and the piercing stare of his father, Philip the Fair. History calls him Charles le Bel, Charles the Fair, but beneath the handsome exterior lies a rigid, almost brittle spirit. If his brother Philip V was the clever politician and Louis VI the chaotic brawler, Charles is the strict schoolmaster of the realm. He is a man of rules, of devastatingly literal interpretations, and he possesses a sense of justice that lacks the warmth of mercy. He looks at the crumbling dynasty he has inherited, at the empty treasury and the restless barons, and he decides that the only way to save the House of Capet is to tighten the screws. He purges the court of his brother's favourites, exiling them or stripping them of their titles with a stroke of his pen. He scrutinises the accounts with a miserly zeal, hunting for every lost soul. There is a desperate, almost obsessive quality to his governance, the actions of a man who knows he is the last line of defence against the encroaching dark. But while he can balance the ledgers, he cannot balance the terrible equation of his own marriage. He is still legally bound to Blanche of Burgundy, the adulterous princess rotting in the darkness of Chateau Gaillard. As long as she lives, and as long as they are married, this Capetian miracle is dead in the water. Charles needs a son, and he cannot sire one on a prisoner. See, the king turns to the Pope, John XVIII, a man who understands the pragmatism of power. Charles requests an annulment. The grounds are flimsy, spiritual affinity, a technicality involving godparents, but the need is absolute. The Pope grants it. The marriage is dissolved, and Blanche, the woman whose laughter once filled the Tour de Nesle, is shorn of her royal status and sent to a nunnery, where she will fade into the silence of history, dying young and broken. Free of the past, Charles marries Marie of Luxembourg, a woman of impeccable lineage, and more importantly, a woman who is not in prison. The court holds its breath. The king is young, the queen is healthy. Perhaps the curse has finally lifted. In 1323, Marie becomes pregnant. The joy in Paris is tentative, fragile as spun glass, but the curse of the Templars That dark, persistent narrative seems to have one final act of cruelty to play. In Seine 24, while the royal couple is travelling near Issoudun, the floor of their carriage collapses. It is a freak accident, a mundane failure of wood and iron that changes the course of history. The Queen is thrown violently to the ground. Badly injured, she goes into premature labour. The child, a boy, lives for only a few hours. Marie dies shortly after. The double funeral at Saint-Denis is a grim affair, the chanting of the monks echoing in a cathedral that is becoming too crowded with young royal corpses. Charles stands by the grave, a widower for the second time, the weight of his dynasty's extinction pressing down on his shoulders like a lead cloak. He does not give up. He cannot. The biological imperative drives him forward with a grim determination. He marries a third time to his cousin Jeanne d'Evreux. She is small, pious, and devoted, a woman who brings a sense of calm to the feverish court. They are a true partnership, bound by affection and the shared burden of their duty. Charles showers her with gifts, including a magnificent golden reliquary and a tiny, exquisite book of hours, the Hours of Jeanne d'Evreux, which survives to this day, a masterpiece of grisaille illumination that fits in the palm of a hand. In its delicate pages, we see the softness that Charles kept hidden from the world, the private tenderness of a man who knew his time was running out. But while he prays for a son, he prepares for war. The conflict with England, always simmering, boils over in the War of Saint-Sardos. It is a small, nasty conflict in Gascony, sparked by a dispute over a Bastide town, but it reveals the growing cracks in the feudal relationship between the French crown and its English vassal. Charles seizes the English lands, humiliating his brother-in-law, Edward II. It is a tactical victory, but it poisons the water further. His sister, Isabella, the she-wolf of France, now estranged from her husband Edward, flees to Charles's court in Paris. Charles welcomes her, but he watches her with a wary eye. He sees in her the same ruthless steel that ran in their father's veins. When she begins to plot the invasion of England from his court, scandalizing the church by living openly with her lover Roger Mortimer, Charles politely but firmly asks her to leave. He is a man of order, and Isabella is an agent of chaos. The years slip by, marked by the rhythmic changing of the seasons and the silent failure of the Queen to produce a male heir. They have daughters, Jeanne, Marie, but the cradle of the Dauphin remains empty. The atmosphere in the Louvre becomes suffocating. Every cough, every fever is scrutinized. The king's health begins to fail. He is not old, barely 33, but he is exhausted. The Capetian vitality, which once fueled the fat king and the lion, seems to have simply run dry, diluted by generations of stress and inbreeding. Christmas of 1327 is a sombre celebration. The king is bedridden at the chateau of Vincennes, the ancestral retreat where so many of his family have breathed their last. He dictates his will. He arranges for the governance of the realm. He knows with a chilling clarity that he is dying. But there is a twist, a final flicker of hope that keeps the vultures at bay. Queen Jeanne is pregnant. On February 1st, 1328, Charles IV dies. The last of the direct Capetians, the dynasty that rose from the shadows with Hugh Capet 341 years ago, lies dead on a bed of silk. The continuity that was the envy of Europe is broken. But the story is not quite over. The crown does not immediately pass to a successor. It hangs in suspension, hovering over the womb of the grieving Queen Jeanne. The kingdom enters a regency, a time of breathless waiting. The great lords gather, circling the pregnant widow like protective or predatory lions. Philip of Valois, the king's cousin, steps forward as regent. He is a man of the high nobility, a lover of tournaments and pageantry, eager to step into the light. He waits, the English wait, the world waits. 2 months pass. On April 1st, 13 to 28, the Queen goes into labour. The courtiers crowd the antechamber listening for the cry, and when it comes, it is the cry of a girl. The child is named Blanche. It is the end. The Salic law, the weapon forged by Philip VI to save the throne for himself, now swings down like a guillotine on the direct line. There is no male heir. The Capetian miracle has officially run its course. The tree has withered. The transition that follows is seismic. The barons of France assemble to choose a king. They have a choice between Philip of Valois, a Frenchman, a cousin, a man they know and understand, and Edward III of England, the son of Isabella, the grandson of the Iron King. Edward has the closer blood claim. He is the direct nephew of the last 3 kings, but his claim comes through a woman, his mother, and he is English. The French nobility, traumatized by the idea of being ruled by a foreigner and armed with the legal precedent of the Salic law, reject Edward. They choose Philip. On May 29th, 1328, Philip of Valois is crowned King Philip XX. The House of Valois has risen. The direct Capetians are now history, a chapter closed in the Great Book of France. But as the crown settles on Philip's head, a shadow lengthens across the Channel. The young Edward III does not accept this verdict. He remembers his grandfather's blood. He remembers the rights of his mother. He looks at the lilies of France and sees his own inheritance stolen by a lawyer's trick. The rejection of the English claim is the spark that will ignite the bonfire of the 100 Years' War. The long, slow camera of history pulls back from the coronation at Reims, rising high above the cathedral, looking north toward the grey, churning waters of the Channel. The peace of the Capetians is over. The silence of the tomb is replaced by the sharpening of swords. The dynasty is dead. Long live the war. The bells of Reims have ceased their joyous pealing, and the incense of the coronation has drifted away into the rafters, leaving the House of Valois alone with its prize. The year is 1328, and a new sun has risen over France, but it shines with a different quality than the cold, hard light of the Iron King. Philip VI, the first of the Valois line, is a man who seems to have stepped out of a tapestry of Arthurian legend rather than a ledger book. He is the found king, le roi trouvé, a nickname that hints at the surprise of his accession. He was never meant to be king. He was a cousin, a count, a man who spent his days hunting in the forests and his nights feasting in the great halls. Suddenly, by the grace of the Salic law and the death of his cousins, he wears the crown of St. Louis. The atmosphere of the court shifts dramatically. The dour, silent professionalism of the late Capetians is replaced by a riot of colour, noise, and chivalry. Philip loves the theatre of monarchy. He fills the Louvre with tournaments, with jousts where knights shatter lances for the favour of ladies, with banquets where roasted peacocks are served in their plumage. To the superficial observer, it looks like a golden age reborn. But beneath the velvet and the gold leaf, the foundation is shaking. Across the narrow grey strip of the English Channel, a pair of eyes watches this celebration with a cold, predatory focus. They belong to Edward III of England. He is only 16 years old, but he is already a creature of immense potential, a young lion waking up to his own strength. He stands in the shadow of his mother, Isabella, the she-wolf, the daughter of Philip the Fair. In the veins of the young English king runs the blood of the Capetians, thick and undeniable. He looks at Philip of Valois and sees a usurper, a man who stole his inheritance using a lawyer's trick to bar succession through the female line. To Edward, the Salic law is not a sacred tradition, it is a convenient lie. However, in 1328, Edward is not yet ready to bite. He is still consolidating his own power, shaking off the influence of his mother's lover, Roger Mortimer. He bides his time. The diplomatic game begins. A slow, tense dance of envoys and letters, wrapped in the polite fiction of cousinly love. The tension comes to a head in a scene of breathtaking visual drama in June 1329. The setting is the Cathedral of Amiens, a soaring masterpiece of Gothic stone that seems to scrape the sky. Philip VI, eager to assert his authority over his most powerful vassal, summons Edward III to pay homage for the Duchy of Aquitaine, the vast wine-rich territory in southwest France that the English kings still hold. It is a trap of protocol. If Edward kneels, he acknowledges Philip as his rightful king. If he refuses, he forfeits his lands and starts a war he is not yet ready to fight. Picture the scene inside the cathedral. The light filters through the stained glass, casting pools of ruby and sapphire on the stone floor. Philip II sits on a high throne, surrounded by the great peers of France, resplendent in blue velvet, embroidered with gold lilies. He looks every inch the king, confident and imposing. Then Edward enters. He is 17 now, tall, golden-haired, wearing a robe of crimson velvet worked with leopards of gold. He walks up the nave, his spurs ringing on the stone. The air is thick with silence. The entire nobility of two nations watches. Edward approaches the throne. He bends his knee, but the homage he offers is ambiguous. He speaks the words, but he omits the specific phrase of liege homage, the deep binding oath that would make him Philip's man without reservation. It is a moment of calculated defiance. He kneels, but his spirit remains standing. Philip, perhaps sensing the fragility of the moment, accepts it. He chooses peace over precision. But as Edward rises and turns his back to walk away, the friction is palpable. The young king returns to England feeling humiliated. The image of the Valois usurper on the throne searing itself into his memory. The years that follow are a Cold War of the 14th century. It is a time of spies, proxies, and economic sabotage. The wool trade becomes a weapon. Flanders, the industrial heart of northern Europe, relies on English wool to feed its looms. Philip tries to bring the Flemish counts to heel. Edward retaliates by embargoing the wool, starving the Flemish cities until the weavers riot in the streets, crying out for an English alliance. It is a modern conflict fought with medieval tools, sanctions and embargoes masquerading as feudal disputes. Into this volatile mix steps a figure who acts as the spark to the powder keg, Robert of Artois. Robert is a man of Shakespearean villainy and charm. He is Philip VI's brother-in-law, his close friend, the man who helped him secure the throne. But Robert has a fatal flaw. He is obsessed with reclaiming the county of Artois, which he lost years ago to his aunt due to, ironically, royal favour toward a female heir. In a desperate bid to win his lawsuit, Robert resorts to forgery. He hires monks to create fake charters, sealing them with stolen seals. The plot is discovered. The scandal is immense. Philip VI, the man who owes Robert everything, is forced to turn on him. Robert is stripped of his lands, declared an enemy of the state, and chased out of France. Where does a disgraced French nobleman go when he wants revenge? He crosses the Channel. Robert of Artois arrives at the court of Edward III like a devil whispering on the shoulder of a waiting sinner. He feeds Edward's ambition. He tells the English king what he wants to hear, that Philip is weak, that the French barons are restless, that the crown of France is Edward's for the taking. Froissart, the great chronicler of the age, recounts a legendary banquet where Robert presents a heron to the English court, the heron being a bird known for cowardice, and dares the knights to swear oaths on it. He challenges Edward, asking why he lets a usurper sit on his grandfather's throne. It is a potent mix of flattery and shaming. Historians still argue whether Edward truly wanted the French crown initially, or if he merely used the claim as a bargaining chip to secure full sovereignty over Aquitaine, but under Robert's influence the chip becomes the prize. The slide toward war accelerates. Philip VI, growing confident and perhaps a bit arrogant, decides to crush the English pest. In 1337 he makes the fatal move. He declares that Edward III has forfeited the Duchy of Aquitaine because of his disobedience and his harbouring of the traitor Robert. He orders the confiscation of the duchy. It is a legal decree meant to be a police action. Instead, it is a declaration of total war. Edward's response is not a letter of apology, it is a bombshell. He sends a bishop to Paris to deliver his defiance. The bishop stands before Philip VI and refuses to address him as king. He speaks to Philip, who calls himself King of France. And then, the ultimate step. In Ghent, in the marketplace, Edward III unfurls a new royal standard. The crowd gasps. The banner does not just show the leopards of England, it is quartered. In two of the quarters, the golden lions of England prowl on a red field, but in the other two, for the first time, are the golden lilies of France on a field of blue. Edward has physically and visually claimed the crown. He is not just a vassal fighting a lord. He is a king fighting a pretender. The House of Capet, through its cadet branch of Valois, now faces its existential crisis. The continuity is broken. The family is at war with itself. The 100 Years' War has begun, though no one calls it that yet. They think it will be a short campaign, a few sieges, a few jousts, and a treaty. They do not know that they are unleashing a storm that will rage for 5 generations, a war that will burn the chivalry of France to ash and forge the national identities of both kingdoms in blood. Philip VI sits in his palace looking at the quartered coat of arms reported by his spies. The festive atmosphere of his early reign has evaporated. The peacocks are gone. The vultures are circling. He realizes too late that being a found king is not enough. You have to be a keeping king. He has the throne, but his cousin has the claim, the ambition, and the terrifying competence of the Plantagenets. The camera pulls back from the French coast, looking out over the dark, chopping waves of the channel where the English fleet is gathering. The sails are painted with the cross of Saint George, but the wind filling them blows from the past, carrying the unresolved ghosts of the Capetian succession. The sun sets on the peace of the 13th century, and the long bloody twilight of the 14th begins. The war begins, not with a single thunderclap, but with the slow, terrifying curl of smoke rising from the burning villages of Normandy. It is July 1346. Edward III has landed. He brings with him not just an army, but a new kind of terror, the chevauchés. This is not a war of conquest, at least not yet. It is a war of destruction. The English army moves like a locust swarm through the rich French countryside, burning crops, looting monasteries, and destroying the economic heart of the Valois kingdom to prove that Philip VI cannot protect his people. It is a brutal, calculated humiliation. Philip, sitting in Paris, trembles with rage. The found king is no longer the master of the revels. He is a man watching his house catch fire. He calls the arriere ban, summoning every able-bodied man, every knight, every duke. The flower of French chivalry answers the call. They ride out in their shining armour, thousands upon thousands of them, banners snapping in the wind, convinced that war is still a game of honour, a collision of heavy horses and brave hearts. They do not know that they are riding toward the end of their world. They do not know that the age of the night is about to die in a muddy field near a village called Crécy. The two armies meet on August 26, 1346. The atmosphere is heavy, suffocating. A summer storm breaks over the field just before the battle, drenching the earth and turning the ground into a slick, treacherous paste. Thunder rumbles overhead, a grim overture to the man-made thunder to come. The French are exhausted, having marched all day, but they are arrogant. They outnumber the English significantly. Philip VI, advised by his generals to wait until morning to let the men rest, tries to hold them back. But the French gnolls are uncontrollable. They jostle for position, eager for glory, pushing forward like a disorderly mob in silk and steel. They see the small English force waiting on the ridge, and they smell easy prey. Edward III, by contrast, is calm. He has deployed his secret weapon, the longbowmen. These are not noblemen, they are peasants, yeomen from the Welsh marches and the English shires. They stand in formation, their yew-bows tall as a man, their quivers full of bodkin arrows designed to punch through armour. When the sun finally breaks through the storm clouds, it shines directly into the eyes of the French. Philip orders his Genoese crossbowmen forward. They are the professionals, the best mercenaries money can buy, but they are tired, and their bowstrings are wet from the rain, slack and useless. They fire a ragged volley that falls short. And then the English answer. It is said that when the English archers drew their bows, it looked like a snowstorm. Thousands of arrows fly at once, a hissing cloud of death that darkens the sky. The sound is terrifying. The thwack, thwack, thwack of the release, followed by the wet thud of iron hitting flesh. The Genoese break. The French knights, seeing their own mercenaries retreat, fly into a rage. "Kill this rabble," Philip orders, or so the chroniclers claim. The knights charge through their own retreating crossbowmen, trampling them into the mud in their haste to get to the English. It is madness. It is suicide. The French cavalry charges uphill, into the mud, into the sun, and into the arrows. They are cut down in waves. The horses panic, rearing and screaming. The knights, encased in plate and mail, fall into the muck, unable to rise, crushed by the press of bodies. In the midst of this slaughter, there is a moment of tragic, blinding romance that encapsulates the death of the old ideal. The blind King John of Bohemia, an ally of France, hears the tide of battle turning. He cannot see the enemy, but he demands to strike a blow. He orders his knights to tie their horses' reins to his so they will not be separated, and they charge together into the dark. They are all found the next day, dead, their horses still tied together, a nod of honour in a field of shame. Philip VI fights too, having 2 horses killed under him, wounded in the jaw by an arrow. But as the sun sets, the magnitude of the disaster becomes clear. The cream of the French nobility lies dead. The king is dragged away by his advisers, fleeing into the night, banging on the closed gates of a castle, crying out, "Open! It is the fortune of France." He is a broken man. The English have not just won a battle, they have shattered the myth of French invincibility. Edward moves on to besiege Calais. The siege lasts for a year, a grueling test of endurance. When the city finally falls in 1347, the famous drama of the burghers of Calais unfolds. Edward, furious at the city's resistance, demands that 6 of the most prominent citizens come out with ropes around their necks to be executed. They do so, skeletal from hunger, offering their lives to save their town. It is only the intervention of the pregnant Queen Philippa, who throws herself at Edward's feet and begs for mercy, claiming that killing them would be a bad omen for her unborn child, that saves them. It is a rare moment of humanity in a war that is rapidly losing it. But just as the war pauses for breath, a shadow darker than any army falls across Europe. In 1348, a ship arrives in Marseille. It carries spices, silk, and the flea-infested rats that harbour Yersinia pestis. The Black Death has arrived. The war of swords stops. The war of survival begins. The plague does not distinguish between Valois and Plantagenet, between peasant and duke. It sweeps through France with the speed of a forest fire. Villages fall silent. The streets of Paris are piled with bodies. The chroniclers write that fathers did not visit their sons, nor mothers their children. The social order dissolves, the fields go untilled. The great mortality kills perhaps a third to half of the population. It is a blow that shakes the foundations of the feudal world, as the scarcity of labour suddenly gives the surviving peasants a power they never dreamed of. Philip VI dies in 1350 amidst this apocalyptic landscape. He leaves the throne to his son John II, known as Jean le Bon, John the Good. The nickname is a subject of endless historical debate. Does good mean competent? Or does it simply mean good fellow, a man who was brave, generous and chivalrous, but utterly unsuited to run a kingdom in crisis? The verdict leans heavily toward the latter. John is a man living in the past. He creates a new order of chivalry, the Order of the Star, to mimic King Arthur, at a time when he should be reforming the tax code and modernising the army. He is a romantic in a world of realpolitik. The war resumes in Seine and Louis VI. This time the threat comes from Edward's son, the Edward of Woodstock, known to history as the Black Prince. He launches a brutal chevauchée from Bordeaux, burning his way across the south of France. King John, eager to avenge Crécy and prove his own valour, gathers a massive army to intercept him. They meet near Poitiers in September 1356. The setup is terrifyingly similar to Crécy. The French have the numbers, the English have the defensive position and the longbows. John II, determined not to repeat his father's mistakes, orders his knights to dismount and fight on foot, thinking this will neutralise the arrows. It is a tactical gamble that fails. The battle is a chaotic, bloody grind. The French fight bravely, wave after wave, slogging up the slope into the English lines. But bravery is not enough. The English counterattack. In the final, desperate melee, King John finds himself isolated. He fights like a lion, swinging a great battle axe, his 14-year-old son Philip, the future Duke of Burgundy, standing by his side, crying out warnings, "Father, guard to the right. Father, guard to the left." It is a touching image of dynastic loyalty, but it ends in disaster. The King of France is overwhelmed. He surrenders. He is not killed. He is too valuable. He is taken prisoner. The news hits Paris like a thunderbolt. The king is captured. The army is destroyed. The nobility is decimated. The government is effectively decapitated. The Dauphin, the young Charles, the future Charles V, is left to pick up the pieces, but he is young, sickly, and inexperienced. The kingdom teeters on the edge of anarchy. The mercenaries, unpaid and leaderless, turn into free companies, brigands who roam the countryside, looting and burning what little the English and the plague have left. The peasantry, taxed to death to pay for the king's ransom and the nobles' failures, begin to sharpen their scythes. The Jacquerie, a massive spontaneous peasant revolt, is brewing. As this section closes, we see the House of Valois at its absolute nadir. The found king is dead. The good king is a prisoner in London, living in a gilded cage. The legitimacy of the dynasty, which relied on the image of the king as the divinely protected father of the nation, is in tatters. The fields are burned. The people are dying, and the English leopards are feasting on the carcass of the kingdom. The thunder of the 100 Years' War has rolled over France, and in the silence that follows, the only sound is the cracking of the foundation. The camera pulls back from the muddy field of Poitiers, where the vultures are already circling, and moves north to the terrified streets of Paris, where the mob is gathering, wondering if God has finally turned his back on the lilies of France. The chaos of the mid-14th century does not last forever. It is calmed for a time by the steady, quiet hand of Charles V's. History calls him the Wise. a deserving title for a man who ruled not from the saddle, but from the library. He is physically frail, unable to wield a sword, yet he reconquers nearly all the lands lost to the English by employing a brilliant, brutal strategy. He refuses to fight battles. He lets the English chevauchés burn themselves out in the empty countryside while his constable, Bertrand du Guesclin, retakes castles one by one in the night. By the time Charles VI dies in 1380, France is healing, the treasury is replenishing, the English are pushed back to a few coastal enclaves, and the Valois dynasty seems to have regained its footing. But the Capetian tragedy has a cruel sense of timing. Just as the kingdom stands up, it is struck by a blow from within, a biological catastrophe that will undo decades of work in a single afternoon. The wise king leaves the throne to his son, Charles VI, a boy of 12. At first, he is known as Charles le Bien-Aimé, Charles the Beloved. He is handsome, athletic, and eager to please. But in his blood sleeps a terrible inheritance, perhaps a genetic echo of his mother's Bourbon line, waiting for the right trigger to wake. The trigger pulls in the stifling summer of 1392. The king is leading an army into Brittany to punish a rebellious noble. The heat is oppressive, a solid wall of August sun that bakes the dust of the road into a choking powder. Charles is 23 years old, but he has been acting strangely, feverish, agitated, speaking rapidly. As the royal column moves through the forest of Le Mans, a leper in rags bursts from the undergrowth, grabbing the king's bridle and screaming, "Ride no further, noble king, you are betrayed." The guards drive the man away, but the words sink into Charles's overheated mind. Like a hook, the column marches on. The sun beats down on the armour. Then a drowsy page drops his lance. It strikes a helmet with a sharp, ringing clang. That sound shatters the king's reality. Charles draws his sword. His eyes, once full of youth, go wide with a primal, animal terror. He screams, "Forward against the traitors! They wish to deliver me to the enemy." He charges his own men. He cuts down 4 of his own knights, swinging wildly, foaming at the mouth. His brother, Louis of Orléans, flees for his life. It takes an hour for his chamberlains to wrestle him from his horse and bind him. The King of France lies in the dust, eyes rolling, recognizing no one. The beloved has become the mad. The madness of Charles VI is not a continuous darkness. It is a flickering light which is almost worse. He has periods of lucidity where he rules with grace, followed by terrifying descents into psychosis. He forgets his name. He forgets he is king. In his most famous delusion, he believes he is made of glass. He refuses to let anyone touch him, inserting iron rods into his clothes to prevent himself from shattering. He sits in the corner of his room, shivering, a fragile vessel holding the sovereignty of France. The court transforms into a place of surreal horror. The Queen, Isabeau of Bavaria, terrified of her husband, drifts away from him, seeking solace in parties, fashion, and, according to the vicious rumours of the time, the arms of the king's brother. One night in Seine and Louis VI captures the grotesque atmosphere of this reign perfectly, the Bal des Ardents, the ball of the burning men. The king and 5 noblemen dress up as wild men for a masquerade, sewing themselves into costumes of linen soaked in resin and pitch, covered in frayed hemp, to look like hair. They dance in the dim light, chained together, howling like beasts to amuse the ladies. But the king's brother, Louis of Orléans, drunk and curious, brings a torch too close to see who is behind the masks. A spark flies, the resin catches. In seconds, the dancers are living pillars of fire. The screams mingle with the music. 4 of the men burn to death in front of the court. The king is saved only because the young Duchess of Berry throws her heavy skirts over him, smothering the flames. It is a scene from Dante brought to life in the French court, a mad king dancing in fire while his nobility watches in horror. With the king incapacitated, the vacuum of power sucks the kingdom into a civil war that is far more vicious than the conflict with the English. Two factions emerge, circling the empty throne like wolves. On one side is Louis of Orleans, the king's brother, dashing, arrogant, a spendthrift lover of luxury who taxes the people to fund his lifestyle. On the other is the king's cousin, John the Fearless, the new Duke of Burgundy, dark, brooding, and ruthlessly ambitious, posing as the champion of the people and the enemy of taxes. The tension snaps on a dark November night in 1407, as Louis of Orleans rides through the Rue Vieille du Temple in Paris humming a tune. A gang of masked thugs rushes out of the shadows. They drag him from his mule and hack him to death in the street, chopping off the hand that had held the reins of government. The next day, John the Fearless admits to the murder, claiming it was a tyrannicide for the good of the realm. The assassination shatters France. The supporters of the murdered duke, led by the Count of Armagnac, swear vengeance. The Armagnac-Burgundian civil war tears the country apart. It is a war of hatred, not territory. Butchers in Paris, supportive of Burgundy, slaughter Armagnac nobles in their beds. The king, in his moments of clarity, signs treaties he cannot enforce. In his madness, he is a puppet passed between the factions. And watching this self-immolation from across the channel is a new English king, young, scarred from battle, and terrifyingly pious, Henry V. Henry sees a France that is effectively committing suicide. In 1415 he invades. He does not bring a raiding party, he brings a siege train. He takes Harfleur, then marches toward Calais. The French nobility, momentarily united by the external threat, but still deeply divided by their internal feuds, moves to intercept him. They catch him near the village of Agincourt. It is October 25th, St. Crispin's Day. The field is a freshly ploughed expanse of clay, soaked by days of rain. It is a replay of Crécy and Poitiers, but worse. The French command is a mess, a committee of arguing dukes with no clear leader. They crowd into a narrow funnel between two woods, packing their men so tight they can barely lift their arms. When the English arrows fly, the French vanguard charges into the mud. They sink to their knees. The heavy armour becomes a tomb. They trip over each other, piling up in suffocating mounds of steel and flesh. Henry V's archers, having run out of arrows, drop their bows and rush in with hammers and daggers, slaughtering the immobilized knights like cattle in a pen. It is a massacre. The flower of the Armagnac nobility is wiped out. Charles, the Duke of Orleans, son of the murdered Louis, is found alive under a pile of corpses and dragged off to the Tower of London, where he will spend 25 years writing melancholy poetry. France is decapitated. But the final humiliation is yet to come. Queen Isabeau, caught between the factions and likely fearing for her life, makes a decision that has branded her a traitor for eternity. She allies with the Duke of Burgundy, who now holds the Mad King, and they negotiate with Henry V. In 1420, the Treaty of Troyes is signed. It is the death warrant of the Valois dynasty. In this treaty, Charles VI, lucid enough to sign, or perhaps guided by a terrifying indifference, disinherits his own son, the Dauphin Charles. He declares Henry V of England to be his heir and regent of France, marrying him to his daughter Catherine. It is a total surrender. The crown of St. Louis is legally transferred to the House of Lancaster. The Mad King lingers on for 2 more years, a ghostly figure shuffling through the halls of the Hotel St. Paul, abandoned by his wife, ignored by his English son-in-law. He dies in 1422. weeks after Henry VI himself dies of dysentery. The irony is supreme. Henry never gets to wear the French crown he won. Instead, an infant English boy, Henry VI, is proclaimed King of France and England in Paris, but down in the south, in the city of Bourges, a disinherited young man refuses to accept the verdict. The Dauphin Charles, mocked as the King of Bourges, holds court in his pyjamas, broke and depressed, wondering if he is truly the son of the king or the bastard of one of his mother's lovers. The madness of the father has left the son with nothing but a broken country and a doubt that eats at his soul. The night is absolute. Paris is English. The king is dead. The dynasty is a fugitive in its own land. And yet, in the deepest dark, a voice is about to speak, not from a palace, but from a peasant village on the edge of nowhere. The year is 1429, and the pulse of the House of Valois has slowed to a terrifyingly faint rhythm, barely a flutter against the cold skin of history. We find ourselves in the damp, draughty halls of the Château de Chinon, where the man, who should be King of France, hides from his own destiny. Charles VII, the Dauphin, is 26 years old, but he carries the weariness of an old man. He is a tragic figure, physically unprepossessing, knock-kneed, with sad, heavy-lidded eyes, and a nose that seems too large for his pale face. His enemies call him the King of Bourges, a mocking title for a monarch whose kingdom has shrunk to a few provinces south of the Loire. He is broke. Anecdotes tell of his shoemaker refusing to deliver new boots until the old ones are paid for, but his poverty is nothing compared to his paralysis. The Treaty of Troyes has branded him a bastard, the son of a madman and a promiscuous queen. Every time he looks in the mirror, he wonders if the English are right. Is he the true heir of St. Louis, or is he merely the biological accident of a queen's affair? This doubt eats him alive. It makes him hesitant, sullen, and prone to long silences where he stares into the fire, waiting for the English soldiers to finally batter down the door. Orléans, the strategic key to the south, is under siege. The English are tightening the noose. If Orléans falls, the last barrier breaks, and the Valois cause will be swept into the Atlantic. The court at Chinon is a place of defeatism. The advisors whisper that perhaps the Dauphin should flee to Scotland or Spain, abandoning France entirely. The sky is black, the wind is cold, and the end is near. And then a voice speaks, not from a bishop nor a general, but from the edge of the map, from the muddy village of Domremy on the border of Lorraine. A peasant girl, barely 17, illiterate and stubborn, walks out of the woods. Her name is Jeanne. She claims to hear voices, Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, Saint Margaret, telling her that she, a girl who knows only how to spin wool and watch sheep, has been chosen by the King of Heaven to save the Kingdom of France. It is an absurdity. It is a joke. In the highly stratified world of the 15th century, the idea that God would bypass the Pope and the King to speak to a farm girl is not just heresy, it is social insanity. But desperation opens doors that reason would keep locked. Jeanne bullies the local garrison commander into giving her a horse and an escort, and she rides through enemy territory dressed in men's clothes, driven by a terrifying certainty. She arrives at Chinon in late February. The court is skeptical. They see her as a curiosity, perhaps a witch, or merely a mad woman to amuse the depressed Dauphin. Charles decides to test her. He disguises himself in plain clothes and hides among the crowd of courtiers filling the great hall. He places a different man on the throne. The torches flicker, casting long, dancing shadows on the stone walls. Jeanne enters. She has never seen the king, never seen a court, never seen a tapestry. She walks past the man on the throne without a glance. She moves straight to Charles, huddled in the corner in his drab tunic. She kneels. "God give you life, gentle king," she says. Charles, flustered, points to the man on the throne. "I am not the king, Jeanne," he stammers. "There is the king." She looks him in the eye, the fierce, unblinking gaze of a fanatic or a saint, and replies, "In the name of God, it is you, and no other." The court gasps. It is a parlour trick, perhaps, but effective. Charles takes her aside. They speak in private for some time. No one knows exactly what was said. It remains one of the great secrets of history. But when Charles returns to the hall, his face is transformed. The sadness is gone, replaced by a radiant, bewildered hope. Historians and poets have long argued that in that secret moment Jeanne gave him the sign he desperately needed. She told him that her voices had confirmed he was the true, legitimate son of Charles VI. She answered the question that had been gnawing at his soul. She gave him back his blood. But a sign is not an army. The Dauphin hands this teenage girl a suit of white armour, made to measure, one assumes, which must have been a unique challenge for the royal armourer, and a standard painted with lilies and the names Jesus Maria. She cuts her hair short. She learns to ride a warhorse, and she leads the army to Orléans. The rough captains of the French army, men like La Hire and the bastard of Orléans, are baffled. They are used to swearing, drinking, and camp followers. Jeanne bans the prostitutes, bans the looting, and forces these hardened killers to go to confession. It is said that La Hire, unable to stop swearing entirely, bargained with her to be allowed to swear by his staff rather than by God's name, a compromise between holiness and habit. The relief of Orléans in May 1429 is a military miracle. Jeanne does not fight with strategy, she fights with presence. She rides into the thick of the battle, her standard flying, ignoring the arrows. She takes an arrow to the shoulder, pulls it out, weeps for a moment from the pain, and then returns to the fray. The English, who believed they were fighting a demoralized rabble, are suddenly terrified. They believe she is a witch, a sorceress commanding demons. The French, seeing this girl bleed and keep fighting, believe she is an angel. The morale of the war flips overnight. The English forts are stormed. The siege is broken. The Maid of Orléans has done the impossible. But Jeanne is not satisfied. She drags the hesitant Charles toward Reims. This is her true political genius. She understands what the King of Bourges does not, that a king is not a king until he is anointed. They must march deep into enemy territory to the cathedral where Clovis was baptized. The march is a coronation campaign, a rolling thunder of submission as towns open their gates to the Maid and her king. They arrive at Reims in July. The regalia is missing. The crown of Charlemagne is in English hands, but the holy oil, the Saint Ampoule, is there. On July 17th, 1429, Charles VII kneels in the cathedral. The holy oil touches his forehead. The organ swells. Jeanne stands beside him, holding her banner, tears streaming down her face. "Gentle king," she says, "now is executed the pleasure of God." In that moment, the King of Bourges dies, and the King of France is reborn. The legitimacy of the Valois is sealed by the highest authority imaginable. The Treaty of Troyes is spiritually nullified. The English can have Paris. Charles has God. But the story of the Capetians is rarely one of unalloyed joy. The Maid has served her purpose, and like many instruments of history, she is discarded when she becomes inconvenient. Charles, now king, begins to listen to his counsellors, who favour diplomacy over Jeanne's constant demand for attack. He hesitates. He delays. In 1430, outside the walls of Compiègne, Jeanne is pulled from her horse by Burgundian soldiers. The King of France, the man she crowned, does not ride to save her. He does not offer a ransom. He sits in his castle, perhaps paralysed by the old passivity, or perhaps calculating that a living saint is a dangerous rival for a king's authority. Jeanne is sold to the English. She is put on trial in Rouen, a sham proceeding designed to prove she is a heretic and a witch, thereby invalidating Charles's coronation. If the king was crowned by a witch, his crown is the work of the devil. Jeanne fights her judges with a wit and clarity that stuns them, but the verdict is written before the trial begins. On May 30th, 1431, she is burned at the stake in the old market of Rouen. She asks for a cross. An English soldier ties 2 sticks together and hands them to her. As the flames rise, she screams the name Jesus 6 times. It is said that even the English executioner wept, crying out, "We are lost, for we have burned a saint." Charles VII does not intervene, but in the long silence that follows her death, a change comes over him. The victorious king emerges from the chrysalis of the well-served. He slowly, methodically reforms the kingdom. He creates the first standing army in French history, the Compagnie d'Ordonnance, paid by a permanent tax, the taille. He adopts the modern artillery that will blast the English out of their castles. He reconciles with the Duke of Burgundy, ending the Civil War. He enters Paris in 1436, not as a conqueror, but as a lawful sovereign returning home. 20 years after her death, when the English are all but driven from France, Charles finally orders a retrial for Jeanne. It is not purely out of guilt. It is a legal necessity to clear his own name. The verdict is overturned. The maid is declared innocent, the king has his legitimacy, and the girl has her glory. The camera lingers on the smoke rising from the marketplace in Rouen, drifting east to where Charles sits on his throne, his face older, harder, but secure. The peasant girl breathed life into the dying dynasty, and in return, the dynasty consumed her. It is the brutal arithmetic of survival. The House of Valois stands tall again, but its foundation is mixed with the ashes of a teenager who heard voices in the wind. The 100 Years' War is entering its final triumphant phase, but the age of miracles is over. Now comes the age of the spider. The heavy iron-bound doors of the Middle Ages are beginning to creak shut, but before the bright light of the Renaissance can truly flood the room, we must navigate the shadows of the most peculiar, brilliant, and terrifying monarch to ever wear the French crown. We are entering the reign of Louis the Ruin, a man known to history by a name that makes the skin crawl, the universal spider. If the Capuchins were lions and the early Valois were knights, Louis is something entirely different. He is the first modern politician. He does not rule from a horse. He rules from a dark corner of a room, spinning a web of couriers, spies, and bribes that stretches from London to Milan. He is a king who realizes that a bribe is cheaper than a battle, and a dagger in the dark is more effective than a charge in the light. Louis XV steps onto the stage in 1461, following the death of his father, Charles VII. Their relationship was a poisonous one. Louis spent the last years of his father's life in exile in Burgundy, waiting for the old man to die, while Charles VII terrified himself with the thought that his son was poisoning his food. When Louis finally ascends, he arrives not in gold cloth and ermine, but in a shabby doublet of grey fustian and a felt hat adorned with cheap leaden medals of saints. He looks less like the King of France and more like a prosperous but miserly merchant, or perhaps a pilgrim who has lost his way. Foreign ambassadors are baffled. They look for the majesty of the Valois and find a man who prefers the company of his barber, Olivier le Dain, and his hangman, Tristan le Hermite, to the high nobility. But the shabbiness is a costume. Beneath the felt hat works a brain of terrifying velocity. Louis inherits a kingdom that is recovering but still dangerously fractured. The great duchies, Burgundy, Brittany, Bourbon, are effectively independent states, encircling the royal domain like wolves waiting for the campfire to die down. The leader of this pack is the most magnificent and dangerous man in Europe, Charles the Bold, the Duke of Burgundy. The rivalry between Louis VI and Charles the Bold is the great drama of the late 15th century, a clash of opposites that feels scripted by a novelist. Charles is everything Louis is not: handsome, bellicose, obsessed with chivalry, a man who dreams of resurrecting the ancient kingdom of Lotharingia. He calls himself the bold or the rash. Louis, the prudent or the cunning, calls him the glorious fool. It is the matador versus the bull. Charles wants to smash through obstacles. Louis wants to trip them up. The conflict erupts in the War of the Public Weal, a grand coalition of feudal lords who rise up against Louis's centralizing efforts, claiming to fight for the public good while mostly fighting for their own pensions. Louis faces them on the battlefield of Montlhéry in 1465. It is a messy, inconclusive fight, but Louis learns his lesson. He realizes he cannot beat the combined might of the nobility with steel, so he goes to work with gold. He signs a humiliating treaty, giving the rebels everything they ask for: land, titles, money. The lords go home, thinking they have won. But Louis knows that a coalition is a temporary thing. Once they are separated, he picks them off one by one. He buys the loyalty of a captain here, sparks a feud there, and slowly, methodically, reclaims everything he gave away. He smiles as he signs the checks, knowing that the ink will fade long before his vengeance does. But the spider sometimes gets caught in his own web. In 1468, attempting to outwit Charles the Bold, Louis travels to Péronne to negotiate personally with the Duke. It is a gamble that goes catastrophically wrong. While Louis is there, virtually a prisoner in the Duke's castle, news arrives that Louis's agents have incited a revolt in the Burgundian city of Liège. The rebels have murdered the bishop and are shouting, "Long live the king!" Charles the Bold flies into a homicidal rage. He locks the gates. For 3 days, the King of France is a hostage, in genuine danger of being deposed or killed. Louis survives only by stripping himself of all dignity. He agrees to every demand Charles makes, and, in a supreme humiliation, is forced to ride with the Duke to Liège and watch as the Burgundian army sacks the very city Louis encouraged to rebel. He shouts, "Long live Burgundy!" while the town burns. It is the nada of his reign, but it saves his neck. He returns to Paris, humbler, quieter, and deadlier. Louis never forgets Péronne. He decides that Charles the Bold must be destroyed, not by French swords, but by his own arrogance. Louis looks to the mountains in the east. The Swiss cantons are a rough collection of peasant communes, but they possess the most feared infantry in Europe, men who fight with 18-foot pikes and take no prisoners. Louis begins to pump gold into the Swiss economy. He funds their leaders, encourages their grievances against Burgundy, and quietly pushes Charles the Bold into a war with them. It is the classic proxy war. Louis sits in his castle at Plessis-les-Tours, reading reports while Charles marches his glittering, expensive knights into the mountain passes. The result is a massacre. The Swiss pike squares grind the Burgundian chivalry into the mud at Grandson and Murat. Louis does not send a single soldier. He just sends letters of encouragement to the Swiss. Finally, in January 1477, the end comes at the Battle of Nancy. Charles the Bold, desperate and seemingly losing his mind, attacks a superior force in the snow. He disappears in the melee. Days later, his body is found in a frozen pond. Half eaten by wolves, his face so disfigured he is identified only by his battle scars and his long fingernails. The Grand Duke of the West is dead. The great Burgundian state collapses. Louis XVIII swoops in like a vulture, seizing the Duchy of Burgundy and Picardy for the crown. The greatest threat to the French monarchy has been erased by the checkbook of the Spider King. With his enemies dead or co-opted, Louis retreats into a twilight of paranoia and absolute power. He shuts himself away in the chateau of Plessis-les-Tours. The castle becomes a fortress of fear. The walls are bristling with iron spikes. The grounds are patrolled by Scottish archers who shoot strangers on sight. Rumours swirl that the king drinks the blood of infants to cure his sickness, or that he captures passers-by to test new torture devices. These are likely myths born of fear, but the iron cages are real. Louis keeps his most hated enemies, like Cardinal Ballieu, in cages made of wood and iron, too small to stand up in and too short to lie down in. He refers to the prisoners as his little birds. It is a psychological terror that keeps the rest of the nobility paralysed with obedience, yet amidst the gloom and the cruelty, Louis is building the modern state. He establishes the royal post, a system of relay horses that allows messages to travel across France at lightning speed. Information is his addiction. He encourages the silk industry in Lyon. He expands the fairs. He creates a unified army. He breaks the back of feudalism, transforming the great lords from semi-independent princes into courtiers who beg for royal favour. He is not loved. He is loathed by the nobles and feared by the peasants, but he is respected. He is the necessary monster who clears the forest so the nation can grow. As death approaches in 1483, the king's fear of the end becomes manic. He surrounds himself with relics, piling the bones of saints around his bed as a spiritual barricade against the reaper. He sends for St. Francis of Paola, a hermit from Calabria known for miracles, begging the holy man to prolong his life. But even the spider cannot bribe death. He summons his son, Charles, a boy of 13, and gives him a final piece of advice that sums up his entire philosophy. He who does not know how to dissimulate does not know how to reign. On August 30th, 1483, Louis XIV dies. The relief in the kingdom is palpable. The universal spider has spun his last thread. But as the courtiers rush to acclaim the new king, they look around and realise the landscape has changed. The great independent duchies are gone. The borders of the hexagon are largely set. The king is no longer a feudal overlord. He is the absolute master of a centralised state. Louis XIV leaves behind a France that is strong, wealthy and united, a machine of government built on the bones of his enemies. The medieval tapestry, with its bright colours and chaotic chivalry, has been taken down. In its place hangs a map. The camera pulls back from the fortified walls of Plessis-les-Tours, moving south toward the sunny valleys of the Loire and further still toward the Alps. The fortress of the Middle Ages is secure, but the doors are about to be thrown open to a new wind blowing from Italy. The spider is dead, but the web he built remains, holding the kingdom together as it prepares to step into the blinding golden light of the Renaissance. The Valois dynasty has survived madness, plague and invasion, and now, under the strange, brilliant stewardship of the spider, it is ready to become an empire. The tapestry of history unrolls rapidly now, blurring the colours of a century into a montage of glory and ash. We drift past the glittering pageantry of the Renaissance, where kings like Francis Fenechard built chateaux that look like wedding cakes along the Loire, and Leonardo da Vinci breathed his last in the arms of the French monarch. We glide past the tournaments, the velvet, and the confident expansion of a kingdom that believed it had outgrown the shadows of the Middle Ages. But history is a wheel, and it turns relentlessly back toward darkness. By the mid-16th century, the House of Valois, that cadet branch of the Capetians which saved France from the English, begins to rot from the inside. The accidental death of Henry II in a jousting tournament in 1559 leaves the crown to a succession of sickly sons, guided by the black-clad, sinister figure of Catherine de' Medici. The structure of the state cracks, and through the fissures pours the blood of the wars of religion. Catholic and Protestant tear the kingdom apart, turning neighbours into butchers. The Saint. Bartholomew's Day massacre paints the streets of Paris red, and the Valois dynasty withers in a whirlwind of fanaticism, assassination, and sterility. Henry III, the last of the Valois, dies at the point of a monk's dagger in 1589, and for a terrifying moment the throne hangs empty over an abyss of anarchy. But the Capetian root is deep, and it has one green shoot left, growing wild in the mountains of the south. From the distant sun-baked Pyrenees comes a man who is the antithesis of the pale-powdered Valois courtiers. Henry of Navarre is a rough-hewn soldier, smelling of garlic, sweat, and horse leather. He is the leader of the Huguenots, the Protestant faction, yet by the strict laws of primogeniture, the very laws the Capetians forged centuries ago, he is the rightful king of France. He traces his lineage back more than 300 years to Robert of Clermont, the youngest son of St. Louis. The Capetian miracle has prepared a lifeboat for just this moment. The dynasty that seemed dead is about to be resurrected by its cadet branch, the House of Bourbon. Henry IV's ascent is not a coronation, it is a conquest. He spends years fighting for his own kingdom, a king without a capital, riding hard across the fractured landscape of France to defeat the Catholic League. He is a warrior of immense charm and pragmatic genius, a man who laughs easily and fights hard. But he faces a wall that no cannon can breach, Paris. The capital is fiercely, violently Catholic, and it will never open its gates to a heretic. Henry realizes that he can win every battle and still lose the war if he cannot win the soul of the nation. In July 1593, he makes the decision that defines his reign and saves the country. He stands before the Basilica of Saint-Denis, the resting place of his ancestors, and announces his conversion to Catholicism. The apocryphal quote attributed to him, "Paris is well worth a mass," may be a later invention, but it captures the essence of his soul. He chooses unity over dogma. He swallows his pride to feed his people. The gates of Paris swing open. The king enters, not with the vengeance of a conqueror, but with the embrace of a father. He is the first Bourbon king, and he brings a startlingly modern energy to the throne. He is not the distant mystical figure of the Middle Ages. He is the good King Henry, the green gallant. He loves life with a ravenous appetite. He is said to have had over 50 mistresses, fathering a brood of illegitimate children, whom he cheerfully raises alongside his royal heirs in a chaotic, happy nursery at Saint-Germain-en-Laye. But behind the laughter lies a serious statesman. With his brilliant minister, the Duke of Sully, Henry rebuilds the shattered kingdom brick by brick. They drain the swamps, plant mulberry trees for silk, and build roads lined with the elms that still stand today. Henry famously declares his wish that every peasant will have a chicken in his pot on Sunday. It is a modest dream, but after 30 years of civil war, it sounds like paradise. His greatest achievement, however, is an act of tolerance that is centuries ahead of its time. In 1598, he signs the Edict of Nantes. With this document, he grants the Protestants the right to worship, to hold office, and to fortify their own towns. It is a fragile peace, an armed truce, but it breaks the cycle of violence. For the first time in Europe, a king declares that a subject's loyalty to the crown is independent of their religion. He forces the French to live together, not by erasing their differences, but by placing the state above the altar. The Bourbon Restoration is a miracle of renewal. The monarchy, which had been dragged through the mud of the religious wars, is polished to a new shine. The Louvre is expanded, the Pont Neuf, the first modern bridge in Paris without houses to block the view, spans the Seine, symbolising the connection between the old factions. France becomes the centre of European power once again. But Henry is a man out of time, a moderate in an age of extremists. The hatred of the fanatics simmers beneath the surface. They see his tolerance as treason. There are nearly 20 assassination attempts on his life. He survives them all with a shrug and a joke, believing himself protected by his destiny. But destiny has an appointment in the narrow Rue de la Ferronnerie. On May 14th, 1610, the king's carriage is stuck in traffic, blocked by a hay wagon and a wine cart. The royal guards have ridden ahead. It is a moment of mundane vulnerability. A red-headed fanatic named Francois Ravaillac steps out of the crowd. He sees the king reading a letter. He climbs onto the wheel of the carriage and plunges a knife into Henry's chest. Once, twice. The good king slumps back, blood soaking his doublet. He dies instantly. The father of the people is gone. The shock is profound. France weeps, as it has rarely wept, for a king. The streets of Paris are silent. The shops closed. The people feel orphaned. But as the funeral cortege winds its way to Saint-Denis, the mood is not one of despair, but of gratitude. Henry IV did the impossible. He stitched the severed head of the state back onto its body. He proved that the Capetian blood was not exhausted. It was merely dormant, waiting for the right soil to bloom again. He leaves behind a son, Louis XIII, and a widow, Marie de Medici, but more importantly, he leaves behind a resurrected dynasty. The Bourbons are now firmly seated on the throne, ready to take the pragmatism of Henry and elevate it into something far more grandiose. The sun is setting on the era of the warrior king and rising on the era of the absolute monarch. The stage is set for the greatest performance of royal power the world has ever seen. The curtain rises on a stage of blinding gold. The dust of the religious wars has been swept away, the blood scrubbed from the cobblestones, and the rough, approachable charm of Henry IV has been replaced by a mask of terrifying perfection. We have arrived at the zenith, the high noon of the Capetian experiment. Louis XIV, the great-grandson of the good king, does not walk among his people. He hovers above them. He is the Roi Soleil, the Sun King, and around him the entire universe of France revolves in a fixed mathematical orbit. If the early Capetians were landlords and the Valois were knights, Louis XIV is a god in a wig. He takes the fractured, messy feudal kingdom that Hugh Capet cobbled together 7 centuries ago and hammers it into a monolith of absolute power. His reign begins in the shadow of chaos. As a child, Louis witnesses the Fronde, a messy civil war where the nobles and the mob chase the royal family from Paris. He spends nights sleeping on straw, humiliated and terrified. The trauma sears a single lesson into his soul. The king must never be vulnerable. He must be untouchable. He decides to move the court away from the dangerous, stinking streets of Paris to a swampy hunting lodge 12 miles to the west. Its name is Versailles. Versailles is not a building. It is a weapon of mass domestication. Louis pours the wealth of the nation into transforming the marshes into a geometric paradise. He bends nature to his will. Rivers are diverted to feed his fountains. Full-grown trees are transplanted to line his avenues. The result is a palace of overwhelming scale, a place where mirrors catch the light of the sun and multiply it 1,000 times, dazzling the observer into submission. But the true genius of Versailles lies not in its architecture but in its sociology. Louis invites the great nobility, the descendants of the men who once fought the crown, to come and live with him. It is a trap lined with velvet. He turns the fierce warlords of France into pampered courtiers who fight not for provinces, but for the privilege of holding the king's candlestick. Life at Versailles is a perpetual performance, a ballet of etiquette so complex it requires a lifetime to master. The King's Day is a liturgy. The lever, the rising of the king, is attended by hundreds of nobles. To be allowed to watch the king shave is a high honour. To be allowed to hand him his shirt is a triumph that can secure a family's fortune for a generation. Louis weaponizes his own body. He makes his private life the supreme public spectacle. Erasing the line between the man and the state, he watches everything. His eyes scan the room, noting who is present and, more dangerously, who is absent. "I do not see him," he might say of a missing duke, a sentence that is effectively a career death warrant. Historians still argue over whether Louis actually uttered the famous phrase attributed to him, "L'État, c'est moi," I am the state. Most scholars now believe he never said it, at least not so bluntly. It is likely a myth distilled from the reality of his governance. But the sentiment is true. He rules without a prime minister, spending hours every day poring over documents, dictating letters, and managing the minutiae of the realm. He is the hardest working man in France. He centralizes everything. The intendants, royal bureaucrats, are sent out to the provinces to enforce his will, bypassing the local lords. The Capetian dream of a unified state, begun by Philip Augustus, is finally complete. There are no more independent duchies, no more robber barons. There is only the king, but the light of the sun can burn as well as warm. In his quest for uniformity, Louis undoes the great work of his grandfather. In 1685, he signs the Edict of Fontainebleau, revoking the Edict of Nantes. He declares that Protestantism is illegal. The one king, one law, one faith policy leads to a tragedy. Hundreds of thousands of Huguenots, the industrious middle class, the weavers, the clockmakers, flee France, taking their skills and their hatred of the Bourbons to England, Holland, and Prussia. It is a self-inflicted wound that drains the kingdom of its economic vitality, a victory of dogma over pragmatism that would have made Henry IV weep. As the years stretch on, and they stretch for a terrifyingly long time, for Louis reigns for 72 years, the longest of any major European monarch, the atmosphere at Versailles grows heavy. The sun begins to set. The golden age turns into a leaden twilight. The constant wars, the war of the Spanish succession, the war of the League of Augsburg, drain the treasury. The glory of France is bought with the starvation of the peasantry. The king grows old. He outlives his son, the Grand Dauphin. He outlives his grandson, the Duke of Burgundy. He even outlives his eldest great-grandson. The Capetian miracle becomes a curse of longevity. The old oak stands while the saplings die around it. In 1715, Louis XIV lies on his deathbed. His leg is black with gangrene. The palace is silent. The music stopped. He calls for his heir, his great-grandson, a child of 5 who will become Louis XV. The old man, who spent his life chasing glory, looks at the boy and whispers a confession that is both heartbreaking and terrifying in its clarity. "My child, do not imitate me in the taste that I have had for building or for war. Try, on the contrary, to be at peace with your neighbours. I have loved war too much." It is a final moment of human vulnerability from a man who spent his life pretending to be a statue. The Sun King dies. The courtiers rush away from the corpse, eager to curry favour with the new regime. The funeral procession to Saint-Denis is not met with weeping, but with a strange mixture of relief and indifference. The people are tired. They have been dazzled, taxed, and marched to war for 3/4 of a century. They have lived in the glare of the sun for too long, and they are thirsty for shade. Louis XIV leaves behind a France that is the envy of the world, a a cultural superpower where French is the language of diplomacy and Versailles is the model for every potentate from St. Petersburg to Madrid, but he also leaves behind a ticking clock. The structure he built is too rigid, too expensive, and too dependent on the genius of a single man. He has elevated the monarchy so high that it has lost touch with the earth. The roots are withering, the absolute majesty is a golden cage, and inside the forces of the future, the Enlightenment, the debt, the hungry mob, are beginning to rattle the bars. The camera pulls back from the Hall of Mirrors, leaving the empty reflection of the glass to hold the ghost of the man who thought he was the state. The sun dips below the horizon, and the long purple shadows of the 18th century stretch out across the manicured gardens, pointing the way toward the storm that will wash it all away. The golden light of Versailles, once blinding in its intensity, begins to yellow and dim as we drift into the 18th century. The air in the palace is stale, heavy with perfume and the scent of rotting flowers. We pass through the long, languid reign of Louis XV, the great-grandson of the Sun King. He is a man of contradictions, intelligent but lazy, capable of insight but paralysed by boredom. He rules over a kingdom that is culturally brilliant but fiscally rotting. The Enlightenment is born in his salons. Voltaire, Rousseau and Diderot are dismantling the divine right of kings with their pens, while the king chases mistresses and hunts stags. He senses the tremors in the ground. He famously mutters, "Après moi, le déluge." After me, the flood. It is a prophecy of terrifying accuracy. When he dies in 1774, of smallpox, his body blackened and hastily buried, the floodgates are already creaking. The burden falls on the shoulders of his grandson, Louis XVI. If ever a man was unsuited for the storm, it is he. Louis is a good man, pious, well-meaning, and deeply interested in the mechanics of locks and clocks. He would have made an excellent country gentleman, but he is the absolute monarch of a bankrupt superpower. He stands at the helm of a ship that is taking on water, and he does not know how to sail. Beside him stands his queen, Marie Antoinette. She is the daughter of the Empress of Austria, a woman of style and grace, but she is young, foreign, and tragically disconnected from the reality of her subjects. To the starving people of Paris, she becomes the Austrian woman, a symbol of every excess, every wasted coin, every perceived arrogance of a system that has lost its moral compass. The crisis is, at its heart, a math problem. The French state is broke. The wars of the past century, combined with the decision to finance the American Revolution, a sweet revenge against the British that proves fatally expensive, have drained the treasury. The nobles and the clergy, the owners of the vast majority of the wealth, refuse to pay taxes. The burden falls entirely on the common people who are hungry. The winter of 1788 is brutal. Bread prices soar. The social contract, frayed by decades of neglect, finally snaps. In a desperate attempt to solve the deadlock, Louis summons the Estates General in 1789. It is the first time they have met since 1614. It is meant to be a controlled release of pressure. Instead, the boiler explodes. The representatives of the Third Estate, the commoners, refuse to be silenced. They gather on a tennis court at Versailles and swear an oath not to disband until they have written a constitution. The king hesitates. He sends troops to Paris, a move that triggers panic. On July 14th, the mob storms the Bastille. The fortress is a symbol of royal tyranny, though it holds only 7 prisoners. Its fall is the death knell of the absolute monarchy. When the news reaches Versailles, Louis asks the Duke of La Rochefoucauld, "Is it a revolt?" The Duke replies with a sentence that defines the era. "No, sire, it is a revolution." The camera moves swiftly now, caught in the chaotic swirl of events. The women of Paris march on Versailles in October, dragging the royal family back to the city, to the Tuileries Palace. The king and queen are no longer gods, they are hostages. For 2 years, they live in a strange limbo, trapped in a constitutional monarchy that Louis cannot accept. In June 1791, they make a fatal mistake. They try to flee. They dress as servants and slip out of Paris in a carriage, aiming for the border and the safety of the Austrian Netherlands. But the king is too slow, too indecisive. At the town of Varennes, a postmaster recognizes him from his profile on a coin. They are stopped. They are hauled back to Paris in silence, the crowds watching with a cold, deadly hostility. The spell is broken. The king is not a father. He is a traitor who tried to abandon his children. The monarchy falls on August 10th, 1792. The Tuileries is stormed. The king seeks refuge in the Legislative Assembly, only to be arrested and imprisoned in the Temple, the very tower that was once the headquarters of the Knights Templar. The irony is suffocating. The ghost of Jacques de Molay must be laughing in the shadows. The Republic is declared. The king is stripped of his titles. He is no longer Louis XVI. He is simply Citizen Louis Capet. The revolutionaries, with a cruel historical precision, strip away 800 years of majesty to drag him back to the name of his ancestor Hugh. They are not just killing a man, they are putting the entire dynasty on trial. The trial of Citizen Capet is a foregone conclusion. He is accused of treason against the nation. He defends himself with a quiet, sad dignity, but the verdict is guilty. The sentence is death. On the morning of January 21st, 1793, Louis Capet wakes early. He says goodbye to his family, a scene of weeping and fainting that tears at the heart, and climbs into the carriage. The streets are lined with silent soldiers. The drums beat a slow, relentless tattoo to drown out any cries of support. He arrives at the Place de la Révolution, formerly the Place Louis XV. A massive machine stands in the centre. The guillotine. Louis climbs the scaffold. He is stripped of his coat. His hands are tied behind his back. He steps to the edge and tries to speak to the crowd. I die innocent of all the crimes laid to my charge. I pardon those who have occasioned my death, and I pray to God that the blood you are going to shed may never be visited on France. But the drums roll louder, drowning him out. He is strapped to the plank. The heavy blade falls. A spray of blood. The executioner lifts the severed head by the hair and shows it to the people. A cry goes up, "Vive la nation! Vive la République!" The blood of the Capuchins soaks into the cobblestones of Paris, but the tragedy is not done. Marie Antoinette follows him to the scaffold in October, a white-haired ghost in a farm cart, enduring the jeers of the mob with a Habsburg stoicism. She apologizes to the executioner for stepping on his foot, her last words, and then the most heartbreaking chapter of all, the Dauphin. The little boy, Louis Charles, recognized by the royalists as Louis XVII, does not die quickly. He is kept in a dark, filthy cell in the Temple, isolated, neglected, and brainwashed to curse his parents. He dies of tuberculosis and neglect in 1795, aged 10, a king who never reigned, his heart cut out by a surgeon and kept in a jar of alcohol, a gruesome relic of a fallen world. The storm of the Revolution attempts to wipe the slate clean. They smash the statues of the kings at Notre Dame, mistaking the biblical kings for French ones. They dig up the graves at Saint-Denis. The bones of Hugh Capet, St. Louis, Philip the Fair, and Henry IV are dragged from their tombs and thrown into a common lime pit. The dust of the dynasty is mingled together and dissolved. It is an act of supreme desecration, an attempt to murder history itself. As the smoke of the terror clears, France is a different world. The calendar has been reset to year one. The map has been redrawn. The feudal rights are ash. But a dynasty that ruled for 8 centuries does not vanish so easily. The blood is spilled, yes, but the idea remains. The brothers of Louis XVI, the future Louis XVI and Charles VI, are in exile, wandering the courts of Europe, clutching their titles like talismans, waiting for the wheel to turn again. The House of Capet has been decapitated, its body buried in quicklime, but its ghost still haunts the imagination of the nation. The camera lingers on the empty scaffold in the square, the blade gleaming in the winter sun, while in the distance a young Corsican artillery officer named Napoleon Bonaparte is watching, calculating, preparing to pick up the crown from the gutter and place it on his own head. The ancient line is broken, but the story of France rushes forward, carrying the DNA of the Capetians into the modern age, hidden in the laws, the borders, and the very soul of the republic that killed them. The storm of the revolution subsides. The roar of the Napoleonic cannons fades into the silence of St. Helena, and a strange, ghostly encore begins. It is 1814. The carriage wheels rattle over the cobblestones of Paris once again, carrying a man who is the living ghost of the ancient regime. Louis XVIII, the brother of the beheaded Louis XVI, returns to the Tuileries. He is old, he is gout-ridden, and he arrives in the baggage train of the foreign armies that defeated Napoleon. It is a restoration, but it is a fragile one. The Capetians are back, but the world has changed under their feet. They're trying to plant an ancient oak in a garden that has been paved with concrete. Louis XVI is intelligent enough to know he cannot undo the revolution. He grants a charter, a constitution, trying to graft the lily onto the tricolour. But his brother, Charles VI, who succeeds him in 1824, learns nothing and forgets nothing. He tries to resurrect the sacred monarchy, to touch for scrofula, to muzzle the press. In 1830, the people of Paris rise up again in the 3 glorious days. They do not want a medieval king. Charles VI flees, the last Bourbon monarch to rule France, sailing into the grey mist of exile, carrying the divine right of kings with him into oblivion. Yet the Capetian root is stubborn. It sends up one final shoot. Louis Philippe, the Duke of Orléans, a descendant of the brother of Louis XIV, steps onto the balcony. He calls himself not the King of France, but the King of the French. He discards the sceptre for an umbrella. He wears a business suit instead of ermine. He is the citizen king, a desperate attempt to reconcile the dynasty with the modern world. For 18 years he navigates the middle road, but in 1848 the tide of history washes him away too. He abdicates, disguises himself as a Mr. Smith, and flees to England. With him, the political rule of the House of Capet in France ends forever. The crown that Hugh Capet picked up in 987 is finally put down 861 years later. But while the crown is lost, the bloodline is tenacious. The story of the Capetians does not end with the French Republic. It flows across the Pyrenees. In 1700, Louis XIV had placed his grandson on the Spanish throne, and despite revolutions, civil wars and dictatorships, that line endured. Today, in the 21st century, a direct male-line descendant of Hugh Capet still sits on a throne. King Felipe VI of Spain is a Capetian. The Grand Duke of Luxembourg is a Capetian. The blood of the Iron King of St. Louis, of Henry IV, still walks the corridors of power in a Europe that has largely forgotten the meaning of kingship. It is a biological marvel, a continuity of DNA that has outlived the Holy Roman Empire, the Soviet Union, and the British Empire. However, the true legacy of the House of Capet is not found in the survival of its genes, but in the creation of a nation. When Hugh Capet was elected, France was a theoretical concept, a patchwork of tribes and dialects. The Capetians built the reality. They were the patient gardeners who pruned the feudal forest, grafted the provinces onto the royal trunk, and watered the soil with blood and ink. They gave France its hexagonal shape. They gave it its capital, transforming Paris from a muddy island into the beacon of the world. They gave it its soul. The University of Paris, founded under their watch, became the brain of Europe. The The Gothic cathedrals, rising like prayers in stone, were their spiritual ambition made manifest. The laws, the administration, the very idea of a centralized state that answers to Paris. This is the Capetian inheritance. Even the republic that beheaded them is a child of their centralizing obsession. The modern French president, with his vast powers, has often been called a republican monarch, sitting in the Élysée Palace, ruling the state the Capetians built. Historians still argue about the nature of this legacy. Was it a triumph of state building, or a tragedy of absolute power that crushed local liberties? Did they create a nation, or did they simply conquer a territory and call it one? But one fact is indisputable. The story of the West is written in their handwriting. They were the protagonists of the Crusades, the architects of the Gothic, the patrons of the Renaissance, the enemies of the Plantagenets, and the victims of the Revolution. Their family disputes became world wars. Their marriages redrew maps. Their sins and their sanctity defined the moral poles of the Middle Ages. As we look back over the millennium, the individual faces blur. The fat kings and the iron kings, the saints and the adulterers, the madmen and the spiders. They merge into a single colossal entity, a leviathan that moved through time, eating principalities and excreting a nation. They were human, deeply and terribly human, driven by the same greeds and fears as the peasants they ruled, yet placed on a pedestal so high they touched the sun. They carried the burden of a divine mandate in a world that was often godless. The House of Capet stands as a testament to the power of time and persistence. They proved that a family could become an institution, that a name could become a country. They are the spine of French history. You cannot walk the streets of Paris without stepping on their shadow. The Louvre is their house. The Sainte-Chapelle is their jewel box. The Conciergerie is their dungeon. They are gone, banished to the history books and the crypts. But listen closely to the wind blowing through the plane trees along the Seine. It whispers the names: Hugh, Robert, Philip, Louis, Charles, Henry. A litany of ghosts who wore the crown and bore the weight. The dynasty sleeps, but the France they forged is awake, living, breathing, and enduring. The experiment of 987 succeeded. The king is dead. Long live the nation. The great wheel of history has ceased its turning for tonight. We have travelled 1,000 years from the muddy coronation of a hesitant duke in the 10th century to the sleek, modern corridors of 21st century Europe. We have watched the candles flicker in draughty castles, heard the clash of steel on the fields of Crécy and Bouvines, and smelled the incense of the Sainte-Chapelle and the smoke of the Revolution. It has been a long, arduous journey through the triumphs and tragedies of the human spirit. Now the book is gently closed, the ink is dry. The ghosts of the Capetians, the saints, the warriors, the lovers, and the madmen retreat back into the shadows of the archives, their duty done, their stories told. Let the weight of the centuries slide off your shoulders. The wars are over, the treaties are signed. The kings are at rest in their tombs, and the river of time flows on without them, smooth and silent. Imagine the Seine at night, the dark water lapping against the stone quays of Paris, reflecting the quiet moon. The city they built lies sleeping, a vast tapestry of stone and light, breathing steadily in the cool air. You are safe here, in the present, far from the intrigues of the court and the thunder of the cannons. The past is a painting you can look at, admire, and then cover with a cloth. It cannot touch you. Let your breathing slow down, matching the rhythm of the river, in and out, deep and slow. The drama of history fades into a soft grey mist. There are no more dates to remember, no more names to recall. There is only the quiet of the night, the comfort of your bed, and the heavy, sweet pull of sleep. The Iron King has put down his scepter. The universal spider has stopped spinning. The maid has found her peace, and so should you. The world will still be there when you wake, but for now let it drift away. Let the darkness wrap around you like a warm velvet cloak. You have walked with kings tonight, but now it is time to rest. Sweet dreams.